By the Land and Cultivate in Different World. Volume 7. By Okazawa Rokuja. Translated by Russell. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 227. Desiring the Treasure That Is Children. It's me again. Just before our farm entered its second winter, more good news came. Demon King Zeden's second child was born to the second Demon Queen, Mrs. Glazier. It was just a few months after the first Demon Queen, Mrs. Zusters, gave birth to the Demon Prince Keisha. This time, it's a baby girl. The whole Demon Kingdom is abuzz with the birth of another successful heir. The royal family came to our farm with a newborn princess, and everyone instantly fell in love with her. The birth of a new life is always worth rejoicing. Mrs. Glazier's baby is named Marine and will be raised as a demoness under special education. As we were swooning for little Marine, I felt the hem of my shirt being tugged by someone. It's Platty. Oh? What's wrong? But she didn't reply and just kept dragging me away by my shirt's hem. As I let myself be dragged away, we reached the back of the warehouse with no one around. This makes sense since everyone's too busy adoring the baby. What do you want to do with just the two of us here, Platty? She looked hesitant for a while, wondering whether to say something or not, but eventually, she spoke. I want a baby too. Huh? I want to have a baby just like Husters and Glazier, our baby. Of course. Oh, well, we are married, after all. It's natural for a married couple to have a child. Be that as it may, it's been more than a year since we had our wedding ceremony. Normally, now would be the time to drop the big bomb, but no stalk has come to us to date. This is not to say that we're neglecting the steps. As a married couple, we do that often, which is the preliminary stage of pregnancy and childbirth, but still no sign of a stalk. What in the world is taking it so long? I thought I'd be satisfied just living happily on the farm with you, but after seeing their babies, I got jealous. I see your point. Don't you want your baby to be born by me, dear? I can't say no even to pleading eyes like that. Even if I want to, I do. Of course, I want one too. I want one from the bottom of my heart. Okay, then, starting today, we'll work harder towards procreation for an entire month. Every morning and every night. An entire month? Every morning? Can't we at least reduce it to every night? However, Platty's eyes are sparkling with the unstoppable desire to have a baby. Thus, I worked in the fields for the next few days, almost half dead. Section. Don't you look awfully haggard lately, my lord? You think? Why don't you get some rest? But I'm spending more time under the covers lately. He. I need to get as much stamina as possible in my meals and head to bed early today. Getting under the covers isn't equivalent to immediate bedtime, after all. Are you here, Lord Saint? While I was daydreaming, Sensei the Lifeless King came to visit me. Oh? What's wrong? You look even more dead than I am. He, you're such a jokester, Sensei. If I looked more dead than you, I would have been a mummy by now. Anyway, what can I do for you today? Oh, I don't have any particular business per se. Can you please call your wife first? Platty. It's unusual for Sensei to mention her. Platty came soon after I called her, with glowing skin in stark contrast to mine. She also seems to be in a good mood. How do you do, Sensei? Were you looking for me? Well, not quite. Sensei saying the same thing again. I wonder what he's trying to say? It's this person who wants to see you. Whoop-de-doo. After Sensei chanted a sloppy spell, time and space were distorted, a door opened, and a magnificent being from the spirit world emerged. Sensei, did you summon a deity again? It's a goddess. A mature yet youthful beautiful woman, her dark blonde hair reminds me of the sea surface glittering in the setting sun. Oh, I remember seeing her before. Amphitrite, wife of the sea god Poseidon. She was present at the gods and goddesses banquet. Holla, mine own love lies, long time nay-see. Amphitrite. Why are you here? For a mermaid like Platty, Amphitrite, the sea god's wife, is the very center of her worship. Thy actions lately hast been a matter of most wondrous interest to me, so I hath asked the immortal king to summon me. You're being used so conveniently, Sensei. A god who uses the immortal king on a whim, and an immortal king who summons a god nonchalantly. Both outlandish relations enough to make my brain mush. What we're doing? Doth thee not remember, Platy? I did bless thee with something as thanks for the feast thee did prepare for us. Oh, right, that happened. Hades and Poseidon's little dispute turned into a deity merrymaking event before we knew it. And for some reason, our farm was chosen as the venue, and we almost ran out of food. In return, the gods and goddesses gave blessings to all the farm residents, regardless of who they were. Platy was among those who received their blessings. She was blessed by Amphitrite, a sea goddess, who is right in front of us at the moment. I did get word through the sea mother's blessing I bestowed upon thee that thee hast been working hard every morning and every night. Platy turned bright right after hearing this from a goddess. Sure, it's a regular activity for a married couple, but it's hard to remain unfazed when someone blurts it out in the open. Sensei is also trying his best to pretend that he didn't hear anything. Huh? Did you come all the way here just to say that? Aren't you being too much of a gossiper? Of course, what I wanteth to bid thee is something else, that thee shouldst not waste thy time. Wasting our time? Nay, matter how hard thee trieth the normal way, thee shall never be able to conceiveth a baby with the saint. With just those words, the atmosphere around me changed instantly. I could hear the cracking of thin ice in my head. Thy beloved is a visitor from another world. A clever person like thee can connecteth the rest of the dots. That gent may behold similar to the mortals living here, but he is still different. Beings from different worlds can't procreate successfully. The moment she heard that, the sparkle vanished from Platy's eyes and became as dark as the deep sea. Just looking at her breaks my heart. I am truly sorry. I knoweth not being able to conceive a child with the person thee love the most is heartbreaking, but doth not looseth hope just yet. That is not the only thing I hast cometh to bid thee, says the goddess light-heartedly. The blessing I bestowed upon thee is the sea mother's blessing. Those blessed by me, one of the three mother goddesses given omnipotent power by Gaia, the mother goddess of all, can conceiveth with the person they love. Then, it is just that right now, thou art not yet able to useth mine own blessings to their full potential, but thee can train thyself to. Oh, sea mother goddess, the color at Platy's eyes changed, and they started sparkling like pearls. Please train me so that I can use 140% of your blessings. I'll be able to bear dear's child after that, right? Of course. And that is wherefore I am here. I will train thee. The sea god's 10 billion year, exaggerated, history tells us about a technique of prosperity handed down from one generation to the next. Its name is the Lamés technique. I can tell she isn't being 100% serious. Still, she's our one and only hope who can help us have a baby. Chapter 228. A intimate relationship. After all that had happened, winter came. Platy is practicing the Lamés technique of giving thanks 1,000 times every day in between work in hopes of mastering the conception trick taught to her by the sea mother goddess Amphitrite. I wondered how that technique even got here. But I remembered that deities could transcend dimensions. Even I was able to travel across dimensions, so I'm sure gathering something intangible, like information, is an easier feat to accomplish. But the problem is whether or not Platy can bear my child with the sea mother goddess blessing. Let's just hope her maternal power will be enough. On the other hand, I continued to work on the farm as usual. It's already winter, but we're well prepared. Unlike last year, heaters installed in each room burn hot from the coal mined by the orcs. Feather quilts made from bird monsters in the mountain dungeon keep us warm. More than enough food to last us through the winter. But then, someone came to me for advice. Master, I have something to ask, says Hawker's Fawn. She's one of the strongest residents on our farm, and her job is to make natto, which means there's only one thing that she came to ask me for. It's about natto. I knew it. 90% of her world is made up of natto now. Her skill at making it is also improving. She has made a variety of small grain, large grain, and ground natto. I'm not quite sure if the other residents are happy about it, however. So, what do you want to know about natto? Then again, I only have surface knowledge, having gathered information from books or the web. I've already passed on most of my natto knowledge to her. So, if anything, she, who has taught herself and done research from scratch, is more knowledgeable than me at this point. My tactical program, which can predict up to 148,000 battle patterns, has concluded that something is missing in my natto. I see. If I can identify that, I'm affirmative my natto will become closer to perfection, and everyone will enjoy it more. But as of now, it is still incomplete. You're just exaggerating things. I think you make pretty mean natto already. Some people, including Gobukachi, have incorporated it into their breakfast as their staple food. And besides, Vale keeps her promise to eat them whenever she loses to you in a mox battle. She practically eats it every time, right? I'm concerned at how expressionless she's gotten lately, though. If I can further perfect the natto, I believe Vale's expression will return. This is of prime concern to us. I see. Well then, let's get down to business. What do you think is lacking in natto at this stage? Hawker's fun? The seasoning. Looking at the food we eat, it isn't orally ingested as is, but various liquid or powdered substances are added to adjust its taste. I think our natto must also be made in such a way. Well, I suppose you have a point. It was also impossible to eat natto as it was back in my world. We always ate it with some seasoning mixed in. If that's the case, I think I can come up with some ideas. Really? Thank you, Master. Hawker's fun only ever shows varying emotions when natto is involved, but it's hard to believe that she hadn't added any seasoning all this time. No wonder Vale's face has become expressionless. But natto goes surprisingly well with all kinds of seasonings. There's no set seasoning for it. You can pour soy sauce on it straight away. Green onions and eggs are also famous. I heard you can also add sugar if you want a little twist. Or oil. We can try sesame oil or olive oil, both of which are being produced by the orcs. I presented all these ideas to Hawker's Fun, but, no, she rejected them all. Why? I've already tried those. Wow, you're so diligent. As you mentioned, Master, the ingredients were excellent in bringing out the flavor's harmony, but I felt that they still weren't enough. Vale, my taste tester, also remained expressionless throughout. How many times are you going to torture Vale until you're satisfied? Are you sure she's okay? Will you be able to make Vale smile or cry again? Unfortunately, I've come to rely on your wisdom and nothing else. Master, please impart your wisdom to me. She sure uses ostentatious language when natto is involved, but I can't betray her expectations. Let's see. I cross my arms and ponder. If we can't find an answer that fits our needs, we should go back to the most basic of the basics, natto sauce. That thing that comes with every packed natto. It's so common that the producers include it as a matter of course. So it's safe to say that no other seasoning goes better than that. So, what now? Do we make it? After otherworldly natto, we're making otherworldly natto sauce. Sounds like it's worth a try, but how should we make it? Based on its color, it probably uses soy sauce, but based on what I've tasted in my world, there was a deeper flavor mixed in that clearly wasn't just soy sauce, like the taste of the sea. I assume it's a mixture of dashi and mentsu. Speaking of dashi, do we use kelp or dried bonito flakes? Surely, we don't need to include the stock in our list of options. That's already a given. Supposing we want to add soy sauce to dashi made by boiling either of those two. In that case, kelp should be the first choice since we can easily get it from the sea. But with dried bonito flakes, we have to spend a lot of time and effort fermenting and drying bonito fish to get our finished product. Avoiding the hard stuff and tackling the easier one first is a fine way to solve problems. As we solve the easy ones, the difficult ones often become easier. But this time, let's dare to choose the difficult one. I've decided. Hawker's Fun. What do you mean, Master? It's not just the natto sauce. If we can produce dry bonito flakes, we will be able to expand our culinary repertoire. My goal for this winter is to make dried bonito flakes. Chapter title is a pun which means a close, inseparable relation just like water and fishes. Chapter 229 The Road to Bonito Flakes. We decided to make dried bonito flakes, a traditional preserved food made by repeatedly molding bonito meat to remove the water content so that it can be stored for a long time and acquire a unique flavor. Although it started as a request from Hawker's Fun, I'll do my best to make this versatile ingredient. What do we need to make bonito flakes? Bonito. Of course. But this is a different world with an ecosystem different from mine, so it's not as if the creatures from there also exist here. However, even if the exact creature we want doesn't exist, there is usually a counterpart that looks like it. Thus, my journey to making bonito flakes begins with the search for a fish that can be used as a substitute. Section. I first went to the farm refrigerator, where we store and preserve our fish, but it's not that filled at the moment. The fish that the orcs had caught during last winter's fishing trip had long since been consumed. They have been regularly fishing in between their farm work, but they could only fish in the nearby waters at best. Now that winter is here, I wonder if Okubo and the others will go fishing again? I never thought I'd see the day when I'd have to rely on their voluntary activities. Feeling a bit uneasy, I decided to ask them about their plans. The boat's broken? I got an unexpected answer. It seems the fishing boat Okubo and his friends built last winter is now in pieces. The boat was the first of its kind and was built by trial and error, so some parts were not well made and aren't as durable. Oh, dear. So, we were all discussing what we should do this time around. Do we build a new boat to fish again this year, or should we try something else? Our first voyage with those monsters on board has done quite the damage. The orcs are talking nonchalantly, but this is terrible news for me. I don't have any fish in my refrigerator that I could substitute for the bonito. The only way to get it is to fish on a big boat at sea. Okay, huh? What is it? My lord. I'll build you a new boat. Huh? They're all surprised. Please wait. We don't want to cause you trouble with our fancies. I've been wanting some pelagic fish myself, so don't worry. I'll build you a fine fishing boat so you can go all out fishing. It seems that making dry bonito flakes will start with making a boat. However, the thought of having to build a fishing boat every year is a hassle. Let's do everything we can to build a sturdy fishing boat that can withstand 100 years of use. Oh, my lord. The orcs are also getting excited. A boat built by our lord. I wonder what kind of ship will it be? I'm sure it'll be something beyond our imagination. And they're mercilessly raising the bar. All right. If you insist, I'll build the most revolutionary ship ever built in history. Let's see. How about an iron ship? I reckon Okubo and his team made a wooden ship last year. In between metal and wood, metal is, without a doubt, the sturdier building material. So why don't we build a metal fishing boat that looks like a battleship? Question mark. Huh? What's wrong, you guys? What's with the weak reaction to my suggestion? Are you out of your mind, dear? Huh? Who said that? Oh, it's my wife, Platty. You've already finished your daily ritual? Very well, dear. Let me tell you the truth. Okay. You see, iron sinks in the water. Boom. A declaration so bold, I thought I heard it make a sound. Iron is a material that sinks in the water. So, it's only natural that a ship made of it will also sink. Can't you even understand that, dear? There's this thing called buoyancy, though. Such bigoted words are what made Okubo and the others confused. They don't talk back to you, so you must guide them with your words and actions. Hey, hold your horses. We can build an iron ship. In my world, it was actually a thing, or rather, it was the norm. With all due respect, my lord. Even Okubo, my farm's most loyal subject, has such an apologetic look on his face. I concur with what Madam said. Suppose we could build an iron boat that floats on water. It would still be very heavy, wouldn't it? We'd have to row it with our own hands. What's more, the sail we need to use to catch wind. The rest of the orcs are also skeptical. They're doubting me. This estrangement of civilizations is hindering our understanding. Fine. I won't back down here. I'll show you a metal ship you're so convinced is impossible to build and make you realize once again how great your respected farmer is. But what about the natto sauce? Asks Hawker's Fun with a worried look on her face. Section. Don't try to stop me, Hawker's Fun. This situation has evolved into a battle with my will and pride on the line. I don't care about anything else as long as I can make natto sauce. To regain respect as a farmer, I'm going to build a metal ship. I think we all respect you enough, Master. But I want to be respected more. I'm just that greedy. The orcs made a good point about building a metal ship. The metal is too heavy to move around. While the buoyancy of a metal hull can help it float, the propulsion is too problematic. It would be too heavy for natural forces such as human or wind power. We need a more solid propulsion system. Besides, in the history of shipbuilding, metal ships were built because a mechanical propulsion system was established beforehand, the steam engine. And steam engines are fueled by coal, which we have in abundant amounts now. So, are we going to pioneer the Industrial Revolution? I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that, Master. Not even Hawker's font could handle my randomness. But since we're going to build a metal boat, we might as well build the steam engine that comes with it. I don't know how to build one, though. What now? The answer is obvious. When it comes to making things, there's always that one guy, or should I say, that one god. I decided to appeal to Hephaestus, the god of crafting. Chapter 230, Forbidden Food and the Completed Steel Boat. Ingredients needed: eggs from Yoshikamos, the chicken monsters we keep. Vinegar made by Bacchus. Olive oil manufactured by the orcs. Lemons grown in the dungeon orchard. Salt directly extracted from the sea. It's amazing how our farm has come to supply whatever we want now. But now is not the time to get emotional. We mix the above-mentioned ingredients together, and voila! Mayonnaise. And then I add Poseidon's favorite cod roe, mentai mayo. I mixed some into a rice ball and offered it to Hephaestus. Hephaestus, I offer you a rice ball with a new ingredient. In exchange, please give me the blueprints for the steamboat. Or rather, the steam engine. Every time I offer a new rice ball to the rice ball-loving Hephaestus, he would give me blueprints for new machinery. This is how I got the blueprints for the sewing machine before. Since it's an equal exchange, it doesn't violate their rule of not giving man one too many blessings. You might think that it's just a twist on the cod roe rice ball from before. But we just started pickling plums the other day, so I couldn't find anything else that could be used as an ingredient. Once the steamboat is complete and we go to a wider area to fish, we'll be able to get new ingredients like kelp and tuna. And most importantly, once we make bonito flakes, our main goal today, I can make a special rice ball, bonito rice balls. In light of this, I beg of you to please give me the blueprints for the steamboat. A glaring light shines from the altar, and a few sheets of paper flutter in front of me. The drawings on it are a boat. Yes, he heard me. Now, we can build a steamboat. Thank you, Hephaestus. I love you. You can expect more ice balls from me in the near future. I notice a few light bulbs on the altar. They're not lit. Were they always here? I don't remember putting them here, though. Huh? The Hephaestus gauge. So, for every new kind of rice ball I offer, one will light up and I can exchange it for the blueprint I want? And that I should stop being modest and offer you all my rice balls? I understand, but please stop communicating with me through my brain section. Well, this is how I was able to get the blueprints for the steamship. But in exchange, I have created something preposterous. Mayonnaise. Should I really introduce mayonnaise to this world? Ever since vinegar was made thanks to Bacchus' efforts, I guessed that mayonnaise could be made as well. But I couldn't make up my mind to make it. Why, you ask? Because mayonnaise is a terrifying condiment. It has a lot of calories and severe addictive quality. Almost like drugs. Those who have become addicted to it will no longer feel satisfied unless they put it on everything they eat. Mayonnaise on rice. Mayonnaise on even more mayonnaise. We mustn't produce mayonnaise whose favorite party trick is to chug mayonnaise. Hence, I'll keep the leftover mayonnaise in a safe place and never let anyone know it exists. So, this is your new dish, Master? What are you making when you're supposed to be building this steel boat of yours? They've already sniffed it out. Platy and Vale discovered the mayonnaise immediately. It's like they have a special radar for my new creations. It looks like whipped cream, but it tastes totally different from it. Let's try putting some on the cucumber. Ooh, goody. Though I think it will go well with any kind of vegetable. There's no turning back once you discovered the versatility of mayonnaise. You're going to tread a never-ending mayonnaise road. Master, I have an idea. How long have you been here? Hawker's Fon? Don't you think this mayonnaise would match natto? I've heard that's one way to eat it. But don't be hasty. I'll make you some authentic sauce made with dry bonito flakes. Section. Anyway, let's rush making the steamboat. And then, tada, we finished it after a month. Wasn't that a little too fast? I always thought you were too good at making things, dear. Normally, this would have taken others decades to finish through trial and error, but here you are, finishing it like it was nothing. It's all thanks to the hand of supremacy I received from Hephaestus. Also, Hawker's Fun and her equipment helped us with metalwork while Okubo and his team went to the mountains to cut down the needed wood necessary for building the steel boat, so we were able to save a lot of time. The completed boat has already been launched and is floating off the coast near our farm. It's made of metal, but it's really floating, the same metal that goes clang, clang when struck. Okubo, please go easy on bumping your fists together like that. You're the most powerful orc in the world right now, so even if the boat's made of mana metal, your strength is enough to blow a hole in the hull. Is it also made of mana metal? How could you just liberally use such precious metal, huh? This ship's exterior is made of mana metal. All of it? Do you have any idea how many swords you could have made with that? When I told Sensei about the shipbuilding project, he was very enthusiastic and condensed the stagnant mana in his dungeon to produce a lot of mana metal. He sure produces a lot when he gets in the groove. If the Dwarf King saw this, his soul would probably leave his body, says Bacchus. I'm glad to see that even an alcohol lover like him is also interested in the boat. We had to make it big this time because we needed to secure enough space for the steam engine as well as net fishing. It's harder to ignore the fact that you used so much mana metal to make it, though. Anyway, on to the main point, the steam engine. Come to think of it, Sensei came to me while we were working on it. I see, so the steam from the heat is used to generate the power, but burning coal is hard. Wouldn't the smoke make it dirty? He says as he throws a glowing red rock into the hearth. I have placed a fire magic crystal inside. Invoke magic into it, and it will generate high heat. It produces neither smoke nor soot, so it's easier to handle than coal. The next thing I knew, the steamboat turned into a magic steamboat. What's wrong with that? A magic crystal made by the lifeless king is a rare item that an elite adventurer would spend a lifetime searching for. Its exterior is made of mana metal. Moreover, a magic-powered ship is a super-military luxury item, of which there are only 1 or 2 in the Demon Kingdom. Oh well, at least we can do pelagic fishing now. Are you ready? Orkami, board the ship. This time, I'll also be on board to lead the fishing and catch the bonito counterpart of this world. Wow, this is going to be fun. Platy, you're coming with us? The sea is my territory, after all. Besides, ? We can't be separated from each other when we're trying for a baby, now can we? Consistency is key. Huh? Platy, don't tell me you're also planning to do it on the boat? We didn't build this ship with that much regard for privacy, so the noise might be a nuisance to the orcs. You know? What's this? We're going to wrap up our fishing trip early and come back home right away. Chapter 231 Cruise Journal. I am Captain Rachleones, a demon sailor and explorer in search of the sea's mysteries. The sea has many dangerous and breathtaking romances, an ancient island where refugee demons have settled and built their own civilization, several paradise islands managed by the mermaids, the rumored dragon king Giza dragon that dwells in the Dragon Emperor's fortress at the far end of the sea, and many more. The whereabouts and existence of these places remain unknown and unconfirmed. Finding these mysterious islands and taking the first step is what ocean exploration is all about. People on land say that the war is over and the whole world is united, but such words are the jests of those who know little. We have yet to see a huge portion of the world. Uncovering each of them is the life of a seafarer. For as long as I live, I will wade my way through this pathless ocean. Asan Imelda, my love, embrace the wind with your bewitching sails. Section. But during my voyage, San Imelda's sails no longer embraced the wind. It's calm at sea, the most frightening thing for us sailors. No wind, no waves, just a still and silent sea. A sailing boat can't move anywhere without wind, so once it's caught in a lull, all we can do is wait for the weather's whims. Those who can ride a magic-powered ship that can sail freely without wind are the select elite members of the Demon King's army. When will the wind blow? It might blow in a while, or it might not until tomorrow. It might blow in 3 days, 10 days, a month, or 6 months. It may not blow at all. Even if we're on board and already famished, the more we are caught in the lull, the more we realize how insignificant beings we are, only kept alive by the whims of nature. 13 days have already passed since the ship stopped moving. The standstill far exceeded our expectations, and we were beginning to run out of supplies. Even if by some miracle the wind had picked up and we had been able to reach the nearest port, we would have barely enough left. I told my crew that we would cut down from 2 meals a day to 1 and prepare for the worst. But that would not help if the wind did not blow. Despair hangs in the air around the deck. I wonder if we're going to die of hunger and thirst. From the moment we decided to become sailors, we knew we would not die quietly on land, but I never thought that dying at sea would be so quiet and somber. It's a somewhat anticlimactic end for a marine adventurer. If I'm going to die here, can't it be at least through a strike of lightning? Then my fellow survivors can spread the word about my glorious last moments. Captain, as I was lost in my trifling fantasies, a sailor called out to me. I was so hungry that I almost lost consciousness. That was close. What? Did you find a phantom ship that will take us to the underworld? I'm not sure if it's a phantom ship or not, but our lookout spotted it. It's coming straight toward us. I meant it as a joke, but the unexpected report cleared the haze from my consciousness. What nonsense are you talking about? A ship is heading toward us? Have you forgotten what kind of crisis we're in? What kind of ship rides the waves without any wind? That's why the other crew members are flustered. It might actually be a phantom ship. I couldn't help but click my tongue at the sailor's foolish joke. Oh, well, I'll just have to see for myself. I walk out of my cabin and make my way to the deck. Where is it? To the right, Captain. The sailor leads me to the edge of the deck, and sure enough, there's something that looks like a ship sailing across the water. There are no sails on it and is clearly coming toward us. There's no wind, right? I can't help but ask the people around me even though I know the answer is obvious. How is that sailor's ship moving? If it can move without wind, it doesn't need a sail. Perhaps it's one of those rumored magic-powered ships in the Demon King's army. If so, it makes sense that it can move without wind. No, I've seen magic-powered ships before, but their design is clearly different from the one in the distance. The mysterious ship floating in the ocean before me is sparkling. The closer it approached us, the more defined its features became. What is that? Its hull is shining like metal. No, it doesn't look like metal. It is metal. It's a metal ship. Metal? How? Doesn't it usually sink in water and rust in the salt wind? I guess it really is a phantom ship. The crew is in chaos. The famine has gotten to their brains, but the fact that they're making such a fuss indicates that the shock is that great. What should we do, Captain? Nothing. We can't move, so if they want to come, we can only greet them. Make sure our crew is fully armed just in case. Before long, the mysterious ship came alongside us and Imelda. A plank was laid across to create a makeshift bridge between our ships, and what crossed over it was an orc. Why are there monsters on the ship? A ship full of monsters? What is up with this ship? It's just one mystery after another. The only thing I can say for sure is that this orc is different from the norm. I could tell from a glance that if this guy went on a rampage, our ship would sink. I didn't want to die a simple death, but I wasn't expecting something this bizarre either. This is a fitting end for a marine adventurer. I was already preparing myself for all sorts of things, but then, the orc spoke to me. What now? You seem to be in some trouble. So we've come on board without permission. Are you all right? Are you in distress? You all look pale from the looks of it. Are you perhaps hungry? The orc asked about our welfare and I told him about our predicament. I see, my lord. It seems that they are indeed in distress. They said they're running out of food. The orc shouts as he turns back to their ship, and on the other side of the railing, I see a lanky human. I think he looks different. Okay, we're not sparing any expense. Also, ask if any of them are sick. Understood. The monster is listening to what the human is saying. The human race in question raises his voice even more toward us. Ah, you must be the captain. Sorry, I'm talking to you from so far away. I'm the captain of this ship. We'll be bringing in some of our supplies, so I'll greet you once again then. Oh, okay. Are any of you suffering from scurvy? I know how it feels. We've got lots of orange juice on board, so don't worry. What the hell is going on? All I can say for sure is that this strange encounter has given us a new tomorrow when we should have been dead. Section. And there you have it. 5 days have passed since then. We made it to the nearest port, guzzled down a few drinks at a bar, and reflected upon our recent experience. We had made it back alive without losing a single sailor. What a miracle. We were trapped in the calm, but the mysterious ship towed us to a route where the trade winds were blowing. We were ready to die until they came. I even thought I'd never see your filthy face again. Oh, quit your babbling and tell me a better lie. Say what? I'm sharing drinks with a fellow explorer I met by chance in the port town. Yet he calls me a liar the moment I told him about my peculiar experience. Of course, it's a lie. A ship with no sails sailing on its own? Exterior made of metal? There's no such ship in the world. If it's metal, it'll sink. It would rust in the sea breeze. I know, but I saw it with my own eyes. How are you going to deny that? You have got to believe it really happened. Hundreds of epic romances exist in the vast ocean. That ship is one of those. No doubt about it. But my seafaring friend doesn't seem to believe what I said. Your silly talk aside, there's been some interesting gossip going around lately. Do you want to hear all about it? What? It seems that somewhere in this world, there is an earthly paradise that has all the treasures you could ever imagine. It's called the Saints' Farm. The Saints' Farm? Rumors have spread even among the human adventurers. They say that if you go there, you will find all the tools, weapons, treasures, and delicacies. This is where I want to make a request. Let me guess, to find this Saints' Farm? Bingo. There are already many adventurers looking for it on land, but not many approaches it from the sea. If we play our cards right, we might outwit them, eh? My fellow explorer expressed his greedy, speculative spirit, but it didn't make my heart race. Pass. I have more important things to pursue now. I'm going to find that mysterious ship again. We eventually parted ways with that ship as we returned to the regular route. It was careless of me to forget to ask for their name and background. It was a huge mistake, notwithstanding the fact that I was confused by the whole situation, and my mind wasn't in the best condition. So, I don't know where that ship was built, what kind of ship it was, who was the human commanding it, or where I can go to see him again. I'd rather look for that mysterious ship than some farm. After all, I've seen it myself. Are you sure you weren't just hallucinating from extreme hunger? Bullshit. There's no way that amazing ship is also at the Saints' Farm. I'm going to see that ship again and unravel its mysteries. The romance that makes the hearts of ocean explorers race. That mysterious ship must be the most romantic of all. Chapter 232. Strong and hard. We're back from our fishing trip. Along the way, we ran into a sailing ship in distress, but other than that, our voyage was smooth with a bountiful catch. However, we didn't keep them with us on the ship. We teleported them directly back to the farm after draining the blood out. Completing the revolutionary cycle of instant cryopreservation left us with extra space on the ship. And thanks to Sensei, we don't have to load the ship with piles of coal, either. I think we should drastically remodel its interior once, but we'll leave that for later. For now, I should be thinking about whether or not we caught the otherworldly counterpart of Bonito's. I selected several fish from our catch and found one that looked good. It's about 2 sizes bigger, but it's blue with stripes on its belly, just like the bonito I know. Ah, isn't that a bunto? My wife Platty looks like she knows something. It's a migratory fish monster. Oh, so it's a monster too. Its flesh is so firm and flavorful that it's widely available in the Mermaid Kingdom's markets. If I knew you wanted buntos, I could have just asked my parents to send us some. The two of us then look at the monometal magic steamboat, the only one of its kind in the world, that we had painstakingly built. Well, our farm's motto is self-sufficiency, remember? Oh, right. It'd be hard to accept the fact that we wasted our efforts making it otherwise. Anyway, I minced the bonito and gave it a taste. It was just like bonito, but bonito sounds confusing, so I'll just call it a normal bonito. I cut them into appropriate sizes, boiled them, and smoked them. Strictly speaking, it took several rounds of trial and error. Still, I was eventually able to recreate the process of making dry bonito with the smattering knowledge I have of it. Okay, all that's left is to mold it. It's an essential and characteristic process of dry bonito, as the mold adheres to soak up the moisture and dry them out. That's why I've already prepared the mold while we were building the boat. Specifically speaking, I entrusted it to Garufa, our local expert and avid fan of the science behind it. Lord Saint, I've prepared the fungus you requested. Garufa is also known as the Witch of the Plague and is devoted to the existence of germs that are unacknowledged by anyone else in this fantasy world. I decided it was best to leave the fermentation to her, so she sprayed them with a mold hybridized with mermaid magic and observed their progress. I've made several magic mold prototypes, so let's try all of them, and then, we used the one that turned them into dried bonito the fastest. Tada. Otherworldly dry bonito. Section. What's this? Asks Vale, the first person to have spotted the food. All that fuss with the big boat. And this is what you made? A little bland, don't you think? Yeah, I know a lot has happened to get here. We made mayonnaise, then a boat. It was a project with many byproducts and detours. I think that mayonnaise thingy tastes better than this. Well, I'm broad-minded enough not to jump to any conclusions until I've tasted it, though, she adds as she takes a bonito. Now, for the taste test. Oh, Vale, you're actually eating the entire thing as is. Crack. Ah, my teeth. My teeth. She writhes in pain. Why would she sink her teeth in them like that? Vale, a dragon, couldn't gnaw through it? Platy shivers as she watches the silly scene. Then, she takes the bonito from Vale's hand. Hey, Aileron, can I have a piece of that firewood? Yeah, sure. It's only for the kiln anyway. Platy holds the dried bonito in her right hand and the firewood in her left. What is she planning to do? With tremendous speed, she then smashes them together. The firewood got smashed into pieces. I get it now. This is a weapon. This time, Platy is being the silly one. I had the preconception it was food since it's a fish, but it turns out this hardness makes it the ideal blunt weapon. That's not it, huh? What is it then? It can't possibly be food with this hardness. Well, when you put it that way, I'm afraid I'm also terribly perplexed as to how we're going to eat something with a hardness of 10, enough to pulverize phosphophyllite. It seems to be harder than the dried bonito that I know of. Is it because of the special mold that Garufa made? Or is it because I unconsciously activated the hand of supremacy? Even if I were to chop them into flakes, I don't think a simple blade would be able to cut through them. So, what now? That's right. This calls for the Holy Sword section. As expected from the wicked Holy Sword Swords, the otherworldly bonitos, which are so hard that an ordinary iron sword's blade would chip, are chopped away. They're so thin that you can see through the other side. Here, it should be fine now. Try it. HNGH. Are you sure? In addition to Vale, who is being more wary than necessary after nearly breaking her tooth, Platy also takes a piece of the flaked bonito. Well, it's easier to chew than that huge lump earlier. What's this? The more you bite into it, the more flavorful it tastes. What is this taste? It's neither sweet, sour, nor salty. It's not bitter, either. Yes, this is umami, bonito flakes rich in umami. Section. With the introduction done, I chopped the rest of the dried bonito using the wicked Holy Sword Swords to make bonito flakes. After boiling it in a pot and taking out its extract, I mix it with soy sauce and kelp extract and adjust the taste with salt and sugar. Then, the natto sauce is done. What do you think? Hawkers fun? Taste the natto with this sauce. Here's to supreme natto. Hawker's fond there needs a lot of the natto mixed with the special sauce. I have no idea why Gobukachi is next to her, but anyway, they both give it to try. They put down their bowls and place their chopsticks on top of it, and say, "It's the best." Indeed. Yes, it's been approved by Hawker's fond and Gobukachi, the two biggest natto fanatics on our farm. All my hard work up to this point has paid off. Thank you so much, Master. Thank you for going to so much trouble for what I want. Yeah, I think I'm going to take a break from going all out for a while. I'll work even more vigorously to make natto and repay your kindness. In moderation, okay? Alright. The case is closed. This project had many byproducts, but I'm just glad it was a success. After the sauce, ? Let's try putting mayonnaise on it next. Mayonnaise is secretly and steadily corrupting our farm. Chapter 233 Castle building with the dried bonito flakes done. I use the rest of my spare time in winter to expand my cooking repertoire. That's when Okubo came to me to ask for a favor. And it wasn't just him. There were other orcs with him too. We have a favor to ask you, my lord. What is it? It's rare of them to come to me with a favor. Although I brought them from the dungeon to streamline farm work, they are now excellent companions who have helped us a lot. So, I'd like to fulfill whatever request they have as much as I possibly can. Tell me about it. All of us present were deeply impressed by what you did a few days ago. He starts with a strange introduction. They've leveled up considerably ever since they came to the farm and have acquired quite the eloquent way of speaking. The bizarre yet rational mana metal boat. Your mastery of perfecting something that no one has ever imagined overwhelmed us from the bottom of our hearts. That was truly the work of a god. Oh, no, it wasn't anything like that. You're giving me too much credit, dear Okubo. Oh, want some zucchini? We are mere fledglings compared to you. We have built many houses, cellars, and waterways, but we are still no match for you. Hence, we thought up something. And what's that? We want to accomplish even greater things and build something that has never been built before to hone our skills. Build something that's never been built before? What are you going to build? A castle. A castle? What in the world is he talking about? Wait, no. Our precious orcs are seriously asking me this, so I have to take them seriously, too. Why you want to build a castle? Certainly, my lord. The biggest one ever. The orcs are in charge of building houses where most of our residents sleep, storehouses where we keep our harvests, and various other structures on our farm. They're incredibly strong, after all. Before I knew it, they had grown up to be such construction enthusiasts. I guess they've come to enjoy building things. There are many kinds of pleasure, such as debauchery and epicure, but the ultimate kind of pleasure usually isn't one that doesn't fall in the category. But wait, where are you going to build the castle? Won't it be a huge obstacle if you build it on our farm? Also, just to make sure, we're thinking of the same castle here, right? The huge, imposing buildings made of stone? How are you going to make use of something that big? Worry not, my lord. The castle will not be built on the farm. Not here? If not here, then where? Madame Aileron's group saw a plot of land perfect for a castle on their way here. The elves did. After spending life on the run from the two kingdoms they stole from during their time as elven bandits, they ended up on our farm. I suppose it's not a surprise if they saw all sorts of things on their way here. We want to build a convincing-looking castle there. Wait, you mean you're leaving the farm? But it'll be lonely without you guys. I've already arranged for Lady Vale to take us there. Then, we'll set up a waypoint so we can come back every night. Oh, that's a smart plan. Please grant us permission, my lord. Please, my lord. I'm worried about leaving the orcs on their own after they've been with us all this time, but I also can't ignore the fact that they're asking so earnestly. I guess this is a good way for them to compensate for the lack of things to do in winter. Do what you think is best. Thank you very much. Thus began the story of our orcs building a castle section. So this is the place you told me about. Curious and bored, I decided to accompany the orcs on their castle building expedition. We got on Dragon Vale's back and soared through the skies according to Aileron's directions. The trip must have lasted for 3 hours. We arrived on a hillock with a great view on top. Below it is a large river flowing and a magnificent flat land beyond it. It would make a great field if we plowed it. I thought to myself, have I become a farmaholic? Leader Okubo. This land is flat and vast. It's perfect for a huge building, and that river makes a natural moat. We can even use it as drinking water. Wait, before we use the river water for drinking, we have to take into account the possibility of poison being released from upstream. Split up and investigate to find out where the water source is. We're going to use this summit as the building site of the castle. Let's check the mountain path leading up here and discuss what kind of traps we can set up. They're so enthusiastic that it's giving me the shivers. Come to think of it, I've heard that castles were originally meant to be warfare facilities to barricade and fight back when enemies invaded. I first thought the orcs just wanted to build something huge when they said they wanted to build a castle, but I guess that's not the case. They're trying to build an actual castle that can withstand sieges and go. We're going to hold down the castle and fight for the next 10 years. Where did they even get such knowledge from? Is this the zeal of a construction junkie? We've finished setting up the waypoint, says Belina, who accompanied us for no special reason. Now, the orcs can come and go whenever they want. They've begun building a castle as their winter project. Section. I visited the hilltop a month later to see how the orcs were doing. It's a castle on a hill, but I'm not going to tell them that. I don't think the people in this world would understand it anyway. Besides, it's not like it's on a cliff. A moving castle on a hill. Yikes. I'm starting to think of all sorts of things now. Random thoughts aside, the castle is pretty much complete. When I first came here, it was just a plain hill, but now there's a magnificent castle built on top of it. It's a Western-style stone castle. The rampart and the side towers are so solid that I doubt they would easily break down. My lord, wouldn't it be cool to put a catapult here that can throw stones at once? We're working on a design that will allow them to fly across the river. Please look here. We can shoot arrows through this hole in the wall. Enemies who try to pass through this passage will fall into a pit and be attacked from above. The orcs look like they're having fun, but what kind of impregnable fortress are they trying to build? It's becoming more and more like a warfare facility. Although I can still hear the sound of wooden hammers being used here and there, it's practically ready to handle an enemy invasion if one were to happen now. But what are they going to do with it after it's finished? Leader Okubo, my lord, we've got trouble, says one of the orcs as he rushes over to us frantically. I thought of exploring the surroundings during my break and found something. There's a human settlement. Chapter 234. Dreadful neighbor. I'm just your typical resident from a rural village in the middle of nowhere, so my name doesn't matter. I was born to farmer parents and grew old doing the same mundane thing day after day. Nothing good, but nothing too bad, either. Before I knew it, I had a wife and became a father of one. Our daughter will turn 8 this year. One day, the human kingdom that ruled us was destroyed and the demons took over. But nothing much has changed. Either way, it doesn't matter to us commoners. Still, taxes have been reduced and the soil has somehow become richer. The crops we planted are growing well, and if this keeps up, our lives will become more comfortable. Or so I thought, but the celestial gods have given us a test. Section. There were monsters on the hill. I knew it. I've been noticing a strange presence in the mountains recently, and I was right on the money. I sent a courageous young man from the village to check it out, but he came back ghastly pale. So, what kind of monster did you find? Anthropomorphs, the huge kind, dozens of them. Those must be orcs, intelligent monsters who move in groups. This is troublesome, explains the most knowledgeable elder in the village. But what good does it do to know their species? All monsters are born brutes. It's extremely rare to have a small village like ours be suddenly attacked and destroyed by a pack of monsters, but it's still something that you hear about. How were the monsters acting? Did they notice us? Do you think they're going to stay for a while? They didn't seem to notice our village, but they definitely seemed to be settling there. They were even cutting down trees and making things out of them. No way, just the fact that monsters are hanging out near the village is catastrophic enough. They're not aware of us at the moment, and it would be great if could stay that way, because the moment they are, it's all over for us. It would take only 10 orcs to destroy a small village like ours. How many of them were there? 30. at the very least. No, this is it for our village. Contact the feudal lord right now and have him send out the troops to get rid of the monsters. I believe that's for the best. Very well, send out our fastest chap in the village. Until the feudal lord makes his move, let's just hold our breaths and pray the monsters don't notice us. Everyone agreed with the elder's instructions, and we decided to stay still like the plants around us. This was the beginning of our long, quiet days. Section. Now and then, we would scout our surroundings. Thereupon, we found something surprising. The monsters had built a castle atop the hill. At first, it seemed to be a hut to shelter from the rain and dew, but as the days passed, it grew larger and larger until it could no longer be called a hut. It's a huge castle with stone walls and gates. I don't think the troops are enough to subjugate them. Reports our lookout as he sheds tears from being distraught. If worst comes to worst, we might have to abandon our village, says the elder, as if in despair. So, are you saying we should leave the village, run far away, and start a new life in a different place before the monsters could attack us? But I was looking forward to next year's abundant harvest now that the mana has returned to the soil after the disappearance of the human kingdom's thaumaturgy magic. It's better than being slaughtered. Or do you prefer our men killed and our women used as their plaything before they die a slow death? But my daughter has recently caught a cold from the winter cold and is bedridden. Her fever won't go away either. It's impossible to make her move in her current condition. We can no longer afford to wait for the feudal lord's help. There is no time to be lost. We can only hope that your daughter will make it. The rest of you, hurry up and start preparing to evacuate. Everyone was as reluctant in leaving the village, but we had no other choice, so we could only comply. But my daughter has a fever. The poor girl won't be able to withstand the long journey ahead. The rest may be in good health, but my family can't escape right now. As a poor villager, I can't provide my own daughter with healthy food or a warm bed. At best, all we have is a shabby hemp mattress. In such a poor environment, we have no way to cure her. What am I to do now? Is there any way I can save my daughter and protect my village? Celestial gods, if you are watching, please help us. Section. But before we could leave the village, the monsters came. They finally realized that our village exists. They were fast in their actions, and by the time we realized they were approaching us, it was too late. We sincerely apologize for dropping by to introduce ourselves this late. The orcs came in a small group of 3. They had no weapons but instead carried some kind of package. This is a gift from us. It's not much, but we hope you accept it. Please pardon our rudeness for not showing our faces for almost a month. We had absolutely no idea you lived so close. You see, says the orc as he hands the package to our elder. He then adds, these are vegetables from our home. Please feel free to cook and eat them as you desire. More of our men will come later with a cartload of them so that everyone gets their share. Is that so? The elder looks as if he's about to ascend to heaven with fear and confusion on his face. But I don't want that to happen just yet, so I tactfully take over. So you're not here to attack us? Nonsense, my good sir. We have no hostile intentions. Peace is always the best, replies the orc. Not only is he polite, but his dignified demeanor is also overwhelming. So, why are you building a castle? That was a castle, right? One's built to attack or wage war? We just want to build one, that's all. He answered so decisively that it was pointless to press the matter further. But we were all bothered by how close you were. We don't know when you're going to attack us. We're so frightened that we can't even take leisure walks outside. We can't fetch water or collect firewood either. We're all mentally exhausted. I desperately blurted out everything I wanted to say. I don't care if they lash out. I even have a sick daughter. You do? That's not good. Have you brought her to a doctor yet? There's no doctor in this destitute village. Let me take a look at her then. Despite appearances, I've learned how to examine people from a famous mermaid doctor. I may be able to help you and your daughter. I have no idea what is going on anymore. So I did as the orc asked and took him to my daughter. He peered into her mouth, listened to her heartbeat, and said, it's a common cold, but her condition has aggravated, almost turning into pneumonia. Poor nutrition and the cold air are probably to blame. Even if we know the cause, what are we supposed to do? In the meantime, I'll share with you some of the first aid medicines I got from Lady Gararifa. You can also make a hearty soup with the vegetables we gave you. Also, keep the room as warm as possible, and the cold should go away on its own, says the orc as he takes a vial from his pocket, pops a pill out of it, and puts it in my daughter's mouth. The next morning, she was suddenly well again. The crisis in our village vanished without any logical explanation whatsoever. Chapter 235 Resonance of Misunderstandings. I wonder if they're doing okay. When I received the report that there was a village nearby, I thought it was natural for me to go and visit our neighbor, but Okubo stepped up and said, "I'm the one responsible, so please leave it to my team and me." And so, all I could do was wait at the castle for their return. Impatiently waiting. Were they able to introduce themselves without a hitch? As I kept watching the mountain path down to the village in suspense, I soon saw several figures coming up from the other side. It's the orcs. They've returned safely. I also saw a few unfamiliar figures with them. From a distance, I was sure that they were people. In other words, the human villagers. The fact that they looked all slightly tipsy and happy was enough to tell me how successful their meeting went. "We're back, my lord," says Okubo in an uncharacteristically good mood. "This is the representative of the village at the foot of the mountain. He has accompanied us to meet you." The old man, who calls himself the elder, is also the head and representative of their village. Okubo's visit went so well that they ended up drinking the night away. "Oh, my. Okubo didn't cause you any trouble, did he?" "I'm his master." "Not at all. Thank you for treating an old man from the village like me with courtesy." Even the elder is in a better mood than I expected. He seems relieved to find out that the monsters he thought were a disaster upon the village were actually harmless neighbors. "The vegetables you gave us were so delicious that we used them all up for the feast. All of us have never eaten such delicious food before. It was nothing." "I'm glad you enjoyed them. We'll send you some more later." The great success of the meeting was evident just by this friendly atmosphere. Section. The elder then toured around Okubo's castle. "Dear me, what a magnificent structure. I never knew orcs could build castles in such detail." "Oh, no, this is just," says Okubo bashfully. "Our orcs are unique in many ways, though. To be honest, I felt like I died the moment we heard that monsters had settled here. But now, all of us in the village are relieved to know the truth. I didn't realize that we made you feel so weary. I'm sorry we didn't take action sooner, but now the misunderstanding is cleared up, isn't it?" "Actually, there is one problem." "Huh?" "When I heard that there are monsters on the hill, we immediately appealed to our feudal lord. Monsters have appeared. Please send out your troops to kill the monsters and drive them away. Please help us." Like that? We sent our fastest chap. Then, he must have heard the news already. Well, our fastest chap is also one with the poorest sense of direction. Yikes. Just a few days ago, he came back to the village once, saying he took the wrong road. He's a hopeless fellow. I tell you, that's why no help has arrived even after a month. What are you doing when your village is in danger? But it was a fortunate error this time, wasn't it? The misunderstanding was cleared up while the fast, directionally challenged person was still dawdling, so everything worked out peacefully. But just a while back, he returned, saying he has finally reached the feudal lord's place. Darn it, he said that the lord will be rushing with his troops within 5 days. He's such a good man who's compassionate even toward a small village like ours. Is he? Judging by the pattern of things, I thought he'd be a villain or some other. But what now? If I connect the dots based on the elder's story, the troops led by the feudal lord will be here in 5 days at most, right? And that too, armed and ready to fight. I'm sure they'll understand if we explain the situation from the beginning, says Okubo, as happy-go-lucky as he can be, but I think he's overly optimistic. A castle is essentially a warfare facility built to protect its inhabitants and kill the enemy efficiently by hiding behind its solid walls and gates. Those involved in its administration must have such a strong awareness. For example, a feudal lord. If this feudal lord came to the castle with the will to fight, would he easily back down if his opponent told him they hold no animosity and just want to build one for fun? Wouldn't someone who takes that at face value be toyed by Zhuge Liang? What do we do then? There's no way we can seriously confront them. Perhaps the most peaceful way to solve this would be to demolish the castle and leave before the troops arrive. Still, it would be a pity to destroy the castle the orcs put their heart and soul into building. We have to protect the castle, convince the imminent feudal lord, and keep the village's peace. The ingenious idea that meets all those requirements is all right, Eureka. I'm going to carry out the only brilliant plan to achieve all of those. Orcubo, I'm going to make some changes to your castle. I hope you don't mind, my lord. I'll take command from here on out. Work hard, everyone. The deadline is only 5 days away. Thus began our preparations to intercept the feudal lord's army. Section 5 days later, the feudal lord arrived with his army precisely as promised. His army was much larger than I had imagined, with hundreds of men. Is this how he plans to surround and kill the orcs that are not stronger than humans? But I won't let that happen. The preparations to intercept them lies with me. Orcubo, start your speech. Are you certain you want me to do it? Asks Orcubo. But our opponent has come with the intent to kill you orcs. It'd be meaningless if orcs don't go out to intercept them. If you say so, my lord. I watched from the top of the castle as Orcubo descended the authorized personnel-only safety route of the mountain. But, is this really the right choice, my lord? Implores another orc. If we can't get them to back down through negotiation, isn't it still too violent to just fight them? Don't worry. Don't opponents become solid pals with each other after a match or two? No, my lord, they don't. We will dare to convey our harmless intentions, which cannot be expressed by words alone through fighting. After we have clashed with each other with all our might, we will then realize that we can reach a mutual understanding. That's why I've thoroughly remodeled Orcubo's castle and its defenses to repel the attackers without them suffering any damage. In other words, I turned our castle into an attraction. With this, we will let them know that we mean no harm. Orcubo finally makes his speech after reaching the feudal lord's troops. Well met, human troops. I am Orcubo, the lord of this castle. He sure has become an expert in acting like a villain. If you think you have what it takes to challenge my castle, so be it. You will be rewarded with a great prize should you be able to reach and conquer the castle tower. I hereby declare the start of the war, a castle siege. You will attack, and we will stay inside to defend it. I chose the name of this battle based on my world's knowledge. Orcubo's Castle, Chapter 236. A compassionate feudal lord. My name is Dalkish. Though young, I am a feudal lord of Wallaka, one of the territories that make up the human kingdom. I've been in charge for a year or two since succeeding my father. However, before I had time to get used to my job, my motherland was destroyed by our arch-nemesis of over 1,000 years, the Demon King's army. Their invasion was so sudden that we feudal lords couldn't take immediate action, and so we just watched the royal capital be seized before our very eyes. We were forced to choose between a do-or-die resistance or complete surrender. I chose the path of renunciation. Now that our king is held captive and the human kingdom is beyond recovery, I feel prolonging the war would only make my people suffer, and I do not wish for that. With that as my only condition, I officially decided to submit to the Demon King's army. Naturally, I was also prepared to be executed, but I surprisingly received no such punishment. Rather than being imprisoned, I was allowed to continue with my duties as a feudal lord, a treatment so generous. It's perplexing. The Demon King's army showed its mettle as an invader and succeeded in diminishing the rebellious spirit of their enemy. I can't keep being defiant if I'm treated with such compassion, so I administered my territory in a way that would allow the demons' governance and the security of my people to coexist. Surprisingly, most of the feudal lords also took the same path. This may also seem surprising, but as feudal lords, we are remarkably more capable than royalty and the religious order. Otherwise, the human kingdom would have vanished long ago if we were in the same league as the dim-witted royalty and the corrupt order. Thus, we lords have been working hard to support our nation and people. I received a rigorous education both in academics and in the military from a tender age to become a worthy feudal lord, so strict it was enough to make the typical person vomit blood. Because of that, I was able to fight on the front lines of the human-demon war without showing disgraceful behavior and managed to keep up with some of the more difficult tasks like taxation. In fact, since the human kingdom was destroyed and the demons took over, we are no longer being driven into national wars, and taxes have drastically reduced. Frankly, it's easier to manage our territories now. If I knew this would happen, the human kingdom should have been overthrown sooner. It's incredible how we've been able to support such a ridiculous nation for generations. Well, we're still under military occupation, so it's not entirely free of inconveniences. My retired father, urging me to get married and give him grandchildren, is one example. I've been avoiding the topic on the pretext of being busy, but there's no way I can continue doing so forever. Finally, having made enough free time to worry about my troubles, I began wondering what to do. But then, an emergency occurred that disturbed my fleeting peace. Section: Monsters have appeared. Such was my retainer's report, interrupting my not-so-important paperwork. How many and what kind are they? Can we outsource it to the Adventurers Guild? Orcs, at least 30 of them, sire. The scale is too large for a single adventurer to handle them. I bite my nails at the unimaginable severity of the situation. 30. A group of that size is unbelievably large for wild orcs. Monsters spawning from the dungeon wander as strays, attacking people and villages they come across. A man from a village near the orcs' location has come to inform you. It appears he's been traveling for a month to get the word to you, sire. A month? What kind of remote area did he come from to travel for that long? Nonetheless, he has done well. He deserves a reward from me later. Anyway, monsters that many are too much for the adventurers to handle. Gather the troops. Are we going to dispatch them, sire? We'll go with an estimate of 5 men per orc. Since there are at least 30 orcs, get 150. No, make that 200. I leave the transportation to you. Are you going to lead them yourself, sire? Our people are in danger. What will they do if I, the feudal lord, don't act? If a villager has come to inform me, it probably means that his village is nearby. We can't just take things leisurely when there is imminent danger to my people. Your concern for your people is admirable, sir. However, calls out a voice from behind me. It's a woman. As the supervisor, I have the right to interfere in this matter. Lady Varlina. The young woman who appeared had skin darker than a human, proof that she was a demon. She is one of those inconveniences I mentioned earlier, one of the many guards sent by the Demon King's army to watch over the human feudal lords. They monitor our movements every step of the way to see if we are plotting a mutiny or taking advantage of our position to fill our pockets. There's nothing we can do about it, but it's still a bit annoying. You're now under the occupation of us demons. Don't you think you should be cautious about mobilizing your troops? You think we're going to wage war against your army on the pretext of dispatching troops and subjugating monsters? How ludicrous. A supervisor's like you only meant to express this unwanted concern. Why don't you learn to take into account trivial concerns and remember who is the winner and loser of the human-demon war? You wench. What a gaudy way of talking. Were all demoness like her? If so, I genuinely pity the demon men who have to take these women as wives. But the fact that monsters have appeared in my territory is absolute. If I'm not pardoned the discretion to solve it, there's no meaning in me being a feudal lord. Just behead me if so. I'm not saying you can't dispatch your troops. I will inform the occupation headquarters in the old capital and ask for permission first. It will be too late by then. Will you take responsibility for my people if they get attacked by monsters while we idly wait? Even ex post facto approval is acceptable. We've received many unreasonable demands from royalty and the order before their downfall, but we've always turned down anything that would make our people unhappy. Otherwise, how can I be a feudal lord of the human kingdom without that kind of grit? And besides, for what purpose are you here, Miss Supervisor? Aren't you supposed to facilitate smooth communication between us feudal lords and the demon occupation forces during immediate times? What's the point of assigning people like you here if you still have to negotiate directly with the headquarters? You're a glib lord, aren't you? Fine. It's an emergency, so I'll allow you to raise the troops on my judgment. I'll inform the capital afterward. HMPH, you should have said so from the start. However, I will accompany you. What? Because I decided to permit you. It is necessary for me to monitor you from the closest distance. Are you fine with these terms? Cease the thought. The battlefield isn't so soft as to spare a woman like you. I appreciate the concern, but I am a Demon King's army soldier who's been in battle multiple times. Well, of course, I knew that. We were able to compromise on something, so I guess I have to give in, to HMPH. If that's the case, then maybe we've fought on the same battlefield before. Maybe so. If I had battled with you, you wouldn't be here right now. What a detestable woman. Forget it. I'm going to go out to save my people. Section. And then, we arrived after 5 days. What was the meaning of the information the villager who took 1 month to inform me? His village is relatively close. The orcs are camped on top of that hill. The soldiers who went out to scout brought back information in succession. Big trouble, sire. The orcs are building a castle on the hill. A castle? That's why we can't grasp the enemy's status since they're hidden behind the castle walls. It's cleverly built to take advantage of its position, making it difficult to infiltrate unaided. I asked the demoness beside me. Lady Varlina, demons can use anthropomorphic monsters such as orcs and goblins, can't they? I'm sure she knows more about them than I do. Can orcs build castles? The only orders we demons can give to the orcs are straightforward, like rushing into enemy territory or killing everyone in sight. They can construct a building by carrying simple cargo, but it is challenging to assemble or build something that requires precise calculations. Then, how will you explain this? Is there someone who used orcs to build a castle? Or did the orcs themselves evolve to the point where they could build a castle? Both are unlikely. What exactly is going on? Sire, look in front, shouts one soldier. When I turned in the direction he mentioned, I saw an apparent anomaly. An orc. And it wasn't just any orc. Even from a distance, a powerful aura emanated from its entire body. Not even the bravest of the brave humans have this intense of a spirit. What is up with this orc? Chapter 237 Orcubo's Castle, The Commencement. I am Orcubo, the lord of this castle. Majestically says the conqueror-like orc who appeared in front of my army. Wait, is he really an orc? He's clad in dazzling full-body armor and is straddling a huge, intimidating horse. In his right hand is a colossal battle-axe that could probably chop off a dragon's head if he swung it around. My soldiers, who had formed a neat formation before the battle began, are overwhelmed by the aura emanating from the orc. If we were to fight now, he would probably annihilate us. After petrifying us with fear, the bizarre orc continues to talk. I know you people. You've come to defeat me, right? Very well. This castle was built to await challengers like you. If you want to wage war, then make your way up. That's what the castle also desires. You will be rewarded with a grand prize should you be able to reach and conquer the castle tower. I hereby declare the start of the war, a castle siege. You will attack, and we will stay inside to defend it. How impudent of you. After saying that, the orc instantly disappeared from our sight. Did he just teleport? Says Lady Varlina next to me, her eyes wide open in surprise. Was it an alchemy spell? Indeed. A spell only a few high-ranking mages can use, not by a random orc. Yet another supranational revelation. All troops, advance. Seize the castle. Wait, feudal lord, are you certain about attacking the castle? Asks Varlina, the inspector, as she grabs my arm. It's dangerous. That talk is too out of this world. We should retreat and come back when we're more prepared. More prepared? We must call for backup. We can recruit from other territories or ask the demon occupation army to provide us with troops. You're a feudal lord, so you shouldn't be braving such dangers. Wrong. I shake off her hand and raise my baton to indicate my orders. I am a feudal lord, and this is my territory. I am liable for any and all problems that arise here. If someone or something unknown is trying to do something in my territory, I must determine what it is. A feudal lord must protect his people. Daring to attack his castle is the only thing I can do to find out his aim. Once again, all troops, advance. The like-minded soldiers show no hesitation. Lady Varlina, you are an outsider, hence, there is no need to force yourself into danger. You're free to stay. My task is to monitor you. Failing to do so would violate my loyalty to the Demon King's army. HMPH, now you're being conscientious. And the other party used alchemy, the magic used by the demon race. If they used the same magic to set up traps on the way to the castle, my wisdom and experience might come in handy. Do as you wish. I dauntlessly advance my troops. From now on, the siege between us humans and orcs will begin. Section. All troops, halt. I stopped the troops, for it was not easily possible to advance any further. There's a moat before us, an orthodox ditch dug to prevent enemies from entering the castle. I suppose this is the first barrier. Strange, though. There's a bridge. As Varlina pointed out, there's a bridge connecting it to the other side, or at least looks like one, as it was incredibly narrow. At best, it was only wide enough to hold 1 foot. It is impossible to place both feet on it. Such a narrow, almost beam-like structure connects this side of the moat to that side. What is its purpose, I wonder? I don't know. A moat's purpose is to keep out intruders, but they've installed an easy way to cross it. I don't think it's as easy as you make it sound. The bridge is so narrow that you need to have a great sense of balance to cross it, or you might fall headlong into the moat. There doesn't seem to be any other passage, so I guess we'll have to cross that. Indeed. Let's proceed with extreme caution. For the time being, one of the soldiers climbs onto the narrow bridge and crosses it with arms outstretched. Oh. We should be able to make it across that way. This castle isn't as bad as I thought. Or so I thought. But the castle began spreading its devilish wings. Feudal Lord, look at that. Something has appeared from the other side of the moat. Why didn't I see it before? Was it hidden until now? Something wooden with a complex structure appeared on the moat's other side. A ballista? Are they going to launch an attack with that? No, judging from the direction it's pointing. Its target is obviously the soldier in the midst of crossing the bridge. Boom. It's a direct hit. Even from a distance, I could tell that the projectile used wasn't a stone but something soft made of cloth. Nonetheless, it was powerful enough to make the soldier standing on the narrow scaffold lose his balance, and he tragically falls from the bridge. Are you okay? I peer into the bottom of the moat to check on the soldier's welfare. As soon as the soldier reached the bottom, he turned into light and vanished. Huh? What's going on? It can't be. Don't panic. That was also a teleportation spell, says Varlina. There are probably magic traps all over the bottom of the moat. If you touch it, you'll be automatically sent somewhere. Where that is, I don't know, however. So, if you fall, you're eliminated? What a sinister trap. There you have it, humans. Who's there? The next thing I knew, a goblin was standing on the moat's other side. He's not just any goblin, either. I can feel imposing energy from him. My name is Gobukachi, and I'm in charge of the first obstacle, the frustrating balance beam. Frustrating balance beam? What's up with the irritating name? You get the gist now, don't you? The ballista operated by us goblin soldiers shoots out cushioned balls stuffed with cotton in linen bags. I don't really get it, but that means we won't die or get injured from being hit, right? You'll need to avoid the cushioned balls while crossing this balance beam. Once you get here, you'll clear the first obstacle, the frustrating balance beam. What happened to the soldier who fell? Worry not. He's safe in a different zone. Of course. We have to restrain him so he doesn't move around freely. I guess we can only trust his words for now. There are many such obstacles built by my orcs brethren. Can you clear them all and get to Orcubo at the castle tower? I wonder. Curse you. Are you trying to make fun of us? Naturally, if you clear all the obstacles, we will release all the soldiers we have in custody. But I don't think you guys can even clear the first one. What? So, I'll give you a handicap, says the goblin as he snaps his fingers. In response, several narrow bridges, or balance beams, extend from the other side of the moat. I've increased the number of balance beams from 1 to 10. If you all cross at once, of course, we won't be able to aim at all of you with just one blister. This should increase your success rate. How dare you mock us? If that's the case, we can't afford to retreat. We must make the most of our advantage. All troops, charge, make the most of the 10 beams and dodge the incoming balls. Wait, feudal lord, it's a blatant provocation. This could be a trap. Hush, Lady Varlina. If you're afraid of falling, you're free to stay here. That's not what I meant. Fine, I'll show you how agile we demonesses are. Thus, we worked as one to challenge the balancing beams, and were partially destroyed. Chapter 238 Torquebo's Castle. The Fierce Battle. I should have mentioned at the beginning that the defense force led by me, Dalkish, a feudal lord of the former human kingdom, had 250 men. There were 50 more than I had initially requested, which shows the competence of my retainer and the passion of my men to protect their land. Then, after crossing the first obstacle, the 250 dwindled to a mere 80. We're down to less than 1/3. I told you so. Just because there are 10 balance beams doesn't mean all of us should hurriedly cross it. Angrily says the demoness supervisor Varlina, who had also managed to overcome the first obstacle somehow. Thanks to you, the soldiers with terrible balance fell one after the other. Imagine not knowing what to do when the slow person in front of you got hit by the cushion ball. But don't you think the goblins are also cheating? They suddenly added more ballisty during the second half. Seeing 3 more of them made me go pale. Though the goblins were gone before we even reached the other side, we have no choice but to move on with the remaining troops so we can save our fallen men. Yes, but I think it would be better to proceed while thinking more calmly. Excuse me? Perhaps it was because of the humiliating chaos at the balance beams, but both of us have grown weary in mind and body. Crossing the moat made us even more anxious, for we are about to enter the castle in earnest. We proceeded deeper into the enemy's territory with extreme caution. It seems that we can't go anywhere else than follow the signboard's directions due to the castle walls and natural terrain around us. The castle gates. Typically, castle gates are meant to shut out the enemy in case of an emergency, so they're supposed to be closed to us, the enemy army. However, it opened easily. On the other side of the gates is a beautiful, dark-skinned woman. Good job making it this far. I am in charge of the second obstacle. Aileron the elf. An elf? She has the same dark skin as the demons. Are they not from the same race? Oh, her ears are long and pointy. Don't get self-complacent just because you managed to clear Gobukachi's obstacle. My obstacle is even harder. We wanted to set up a more jungle-like trap, but it was rejected for its severity. Too bad. More elves are popping up. Behold, the second obstacle. We call this one the Trap of the Ruins. Huh? The field widened with the elf's signal, and the entire area beyond the castle gate became clearly visible. It's a slope, a long, steep slope reveals itself beyond the castle gates. They must have made use of the slanting path used as the castle's foundation. But for some reason, I have a terrible feeling about this. Let the trial begin. When the elf activated something with magic, something appeared from the top of the hill. It's a boulder so huge that I, an adult man, even have to look up. It's also spherical, so it naturally rolls down the slope. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It's headed in our direction. I thought we were going to get hit, but the slope must have been adjusted in a way that the boulder could change its course. In addition, it's not just a single spherical boulder, but more of them keep rolling down in succession. These boulders are made to rotate by magic, so they will keep rolling forever. If you can avoid them and reach the goal at the top of the hill, you'll clear the second obstacle. We wish you the best of luck. And then the elves teleported somewhere else. Aren't they excessively using teleportation magic? I see now. I understand its structure. Both sides of the slope are flanked by walls and cliffs, making it impossible to escape. The boulders also keep us from going off course midway, says Varlina. However, such analysis is unnecessary for me. I understood the groove of this castle from the first obstacle. No longer will my army suffer an embarrassing defeat. We will clear it without a single person eliminated this time. Go forth, my men. Climb the hill with your eyes glued only on the mass of white clouds in the blue sky. Yeah. My loyal and brave soldiers respond immediately. No. If you let your momentum get the better of you and rush mindlessly like last time, Varlina tries to stop us. But 20 or so soldiers have already rushed toward the slope with rolling boulders by that time, and then all of them were utterly beaten. You fool. If a group of people rushed into this long and narrow slope, they would just get in each other's way and be ultimately crushed by the incoming boulder. 20 of my loyal and brave soldiers disappeared at once. Any life form that comes into contact with the boulder will activate the teleportation spell, so they won't be injured. They're being kept in a separate room, just like the eliminated soldiers at the first obstacle, explains the elves. Why did you repeat your mistake at the first obstacle? Are you a fool? Are you a fool? Is being foolish a trait of you humans? This demon wench is just saying whatever she wants. But I can't argue with her because what she said was right. Run up the hill one by one, men. Watch the person in front of you and carefully predict the boulder's trajectory. They climb the hill one by one. Nevertheless, the boulders roll down relentlessly, crushing any unfortunate soldiers who made a mistake. Lady Varlina, stay behind me. Don't worry about me. A mountain road like this is nothing to the legs and feet trained by the Demon King's army. Varlina and I head up the hill, dead last in line. Fortunately, 50 soldiers were able to traverse the slope after our change in tactics safely. All that's left is her and me. What happened? When I turned around, I saw that Varlina had tripped and tumbled down. Are you okay? Hold on to my shoulders. Why are you coming to save me? You're going to get eliminated too. In fact, the boulder is already right before us. If we don't dodge it, we're bound to get hit. But Varlina has tripped and can't move instantaneously. The only thing I can do now is to carry Varlina's body and jump. They're flying? Shouts the soldiers at the top of the hill. After magnificently dodging the boulder, I ran up the rest of the slope, Varlina still in my arms. This ends the second obstacle. 52 people have passed. The elves disappeared, sounding somewhat disappointed. That was amazing, sire. It's incredible how you could jump like that with a person in your arms. You're so strong, sire. Being praised by my men isn't all that bad. But whoops. I have to put down Varlina. Sorry, I had to do it out of necessity. No, there are also plenty of times when skin touches skin on the spur of the moment on the battlefield. Is it my imagination, or do her cheeks look flushed? Demons have darker skin, so it's hard to tell. Thank you. I wish she would show this honest side of hers more. It's cute. What am I thinking toward a demoness section? We regained our composure and continued onwards. There's a mermaid at the third obstacle. Welcome to the third obstacle. I am Zothsira, the Witch of the Abyss. She's swimming in the air. You must be surprised. This is a new concoction that changes the properties of air to water. It's my own invention. This will allow me to move freely on land without taking the humanizing potion, she says as she smoothly glides the air with her tail fin. I'm passively participating in this game hosted by Orcubo. These bad boys will be your playmate in this obstacle. The mermaid spills some kind of colored liquid out of the glass tube she took out onto the ground. It foams and gets bigger until it finally becomes a horrible and indescribable creature. Lady Varlina, what is that? Is that a monster too? Eek. I don't know much about mermaid magic. We, the invaders, shudder at the inexplicable appearance of the creature. This is a deep one that I have tweaked for this game. It has neither thorns nor fangs, so you can rest assured that you will not be injured. Your goal is to reach the exit while running away from them. Behind the mermaid is a boundary line that looks like a goal. I guess we'll just have to get there. Ha 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 ha. It's ridiculous to think that you can challenge the army directly under Lord Orcish with brute strength. Snaps one of my men. He must be fed up after the last two obstacles. I've had enough of these petty obstacles. I'm going to thoroughly squish this creepy little pest. As the soldier swung his sword, the creepy thing easily split into 2 or 3 pieces. Oh, we can easily defeat it. I think it's going to be relatively easy to get through this obstacle. Oh, I forgot to mention, listlessly says the mermaid, that deep one may have no thorns or fangs, but I added some interesting features in turn. What? The monster that had been torn apart by the soldier's sword immediately regenerated and returned to normal. Well, not entirely back to normal. The torn parts each regenerated and became whole again. The more you slash and hit them, the more they multiply. If you attack too recklessly, you'll be stuck in the field full of deep ones. You should have said that sooner. The soldier who attacked it has been surrounded by deep ones and cannot move. Don't crowd me. Don't push. Huh? Where are you taking me? The soldier is helplessly pushed by the monsters to the corner of the field with a hole that could easily fit a person. Not long after, he was pushed down into the hole by the multiple monsters. Of course, if you fall into the hole, you're eliminated. Keep me and Okubo entertained with your futile resistance. Chapter 239 Okubo's Castle. Ending our battle continues. In the end, we lost 10 people at the third obstacle. The bizarre monsters created by the mermaid have a characteristic of splitting and increasing in number the more they're hit, making it impossible to deal with them in a proper fight. It's not like the only way to escape from them was to dodge, either, because they also have a characteristic of reacting to any sound. If you try to walk noisily, they would instantly catch you and push you into the hole. It cost us 10 of our men before we realized this. And here's the digest of the rest. Section. The fourth obstacle, named Let's Brainstorm. Belina's human 3D puzzle was guarded by a demoness like Varlina. It was so complicated that 30 more of our men were eliminated at once. If it weren't for Varlina's wit, all of us would have been wiped out. When Varlina saw the obstacle master on our way out, she said, "Is it just me, or do you look an awful lot like someone I know?" "It's just you." We were in a hurry, so we paid no more attention to her. Section. The fifth obstacle, natto eating contest, was guarded by a strange, winged lady. We thought it was just a punishment game when we were served gooey, rotten beans and told to eat them. Surprisingly enough, they were delicious, especially when I poured a special blackish-brown liquid over them. Mayonnaise was also a popular condiment among the other soldiers and Varlina. However, 2 people said they couldn't do it and backed down. Disliking a particular food without having tried it isn't good. And then, isn't that noble-looking woman with the winged lady, Princess let us re it? It's probably just your imagination. And we just went on. Section. I really thought I was going to die at the 6th obstacle. A dragon was waiting for us. Gah ha ha ha. Well done making it this far, lowlifes. I'm your next test. See if you can defeat me. Hey, Vale. As we are about to pass out while standing, another lady appears and scolds the dragon. Didn't we reject your suggestion because you'll be raising the bar's weight too high? Be a good girl and go home. What? It's no fun being left out while everyone else gets to have fun. Just go home. The dragon disappeared on its own, making us clear the obstacle. However, 3 people had bubbles foaming in their mouths and fainted. Section. The 7th obstacle had 2 doors, and we had to jump into one of them. If we went into the wrong door, we'll get covered in mud. There was no hint as to which door was the right one. Now, it's all up to luck after all that we've been through so far. Section. There were ultimately only 2 of us left, me and Varlina. We finally made it to the castle tower. In other words, the final obstacle. The strongest talk is behind the door in front of us. If we enter it, we will have to fight him. But the orc that we faced at the bottom of the hill, his aura had greatness in it that made me believe that even if we had all the original 250 soldiers with us, we still wouldn't be able to beat him. Will the 2 of us be enough of a match for that very same opponent, let alone defeat him? It's okay. I felt my hand being grasped. It turns out Varlina was holding it. But why? I'm sure you'll be able to win and protect this territory. You are the feudal lord of this land, after all. Lady Varlina, it seems I've been looking at you with prejudice, thinking that we can't understand each other because we're from different races. That's why I decided to put my personal feelings aside and be a supervisor. I'm the same. Not to mention, we humans are the losers, so I'm even more obstinate than she is. But the hardships we've faced so far together have cleared any tension in the air. There is no difference in our races when we stand together as one and try to protect our land. You are also one of us. I squeeze her hand back. From here on, we are one, in times of trouble and in times of peace. Together till death do us part, confirming our strong bond. We both open the door to challenge the mighty orc that awaits us. Section. Congratulations on reaching the castle tower. The sudden and loud banging surprised me. I thought my heart was going to stop. My lord, aren't these crackers too loud? I may have used too much gunpowder since I made them hastily out of necessity. In addition to the orcs, there are also the goblins, elves, mermaids, a demoness, a winged woman, and a lady who looks a lot like Princess. Let us read. No, so it won't be just the orcs, but all of them beating us up. These brutes are practically not giving us any chances to win. You made it to the keep and managed to conquer Orcubo's castle. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Huh? Both of you get a prize for making it this far. Ladies first. Huh? Varlina was startled upon being called. You get a dress made of adamantine silk sewn by Betami. It's an orthodox design that you can even wear for 100 years. Adamantine silk is now forbidden in the demon capital, so it's quite rare. It's temporarily sewn. Please try it on later so I can measure your sizes. Looking closely, I realized there were several other new faces. There's even someone who looks a lot like Betami. Hello, former comrade. Didn't know scavenging for men in an occupied territory is how people get married now. Time flies fast. Varlina's confusion was also passed on to me next. Here's for our male champion. You get my handmade mana metal shield. Mana metal? The war is over, so I thought a shield would be better than a weapon. You can equip it and fight with it, or maybe even display it in your living room. Huh? What's going on here? This is it? We've conquered the castle and got a prize just by reaching this place? What is up with this flow of events? What did they make us do? Well, what are your thoughts on our castle? Asks the man who seems to be in charge of this place. Decent looks and skin tone. Is he perhaps a human? Did you enjoy yourselves? That's what this castle is built for, you see. Enjoy section. After hearing the man's explanation, I was convinced that this castle was not built to attack or settle down in this place but purely for fun. The aim behind its construction was that, if those who built it can enjoy it, then those who visit it should also be able to enjoy it. Thinking about it now, the obstacles we encountered up to this point were challenging, but that was what made it so thrilling, to the point that it made me want to re-challenge it. After experiencing them firsthand, I can easily accept their claim that they were built for fun. I can't believe they thought that far ahead to provoke us and invite us in. However, there is one thing that needs to be said. Don't build attractions in human territory without permission. Sorry, says the man and the orc as they both get down on their knees to apologize. Chapter 240. The festival goes on. Phew. Orcubo's castle ended without a hitch. It's me again, kidden. I'm going down the castle with the feudal lord and his wife, who finished their battle. Huh? She's not your wife. Oh well, let's leave it at that. Our destination is the village at the foot of the mountain. Looking back, this is where the commotion started. The village became our teleportation waypoint for the eliminated soldiers. Right now, they're being served pork miso soup as a consolation prize. What is this soup? It's so rich and flavorful. It's full of all sorts of ingredients too. Ah, we're all safe, sire. This pork miso soup they call is so delicious. Huh? Miso soup? It's common practice to eat pork miso soup after a good workout. After all, the bonito flakes we made recently give the soup a rich and refined flavor. Oh, wow. Everyone looks better than I expected. What were we fighting for, I wonder? The feudal lord and his wife look weary. Lord Saint, says Betami as she pokes me. They're not a couple. Huh? They're not? I could have sworn they were. I'm not surprised, considering the atmosphere they have around them. I guess it's just a matter of time. It feels so festive with the 250 soldiers suddenly arriving at this small village. The villagers are also enjoying the pork miso soup. It's good that my territory is lively, even if it's only one part of it. Indeed, feudal lord, but then there's a problem that cannot be left unsettled. Indeed. Feudal Lord Orcubo and I sit side by side in front of him. Unauthorized construction of a castle in my territory is a dangerous and unacceptable military act. Castles are built for war, and that fact is absolute. Yes, I alone may have been convinced, but there is no telling how the people around us will react, especially now that the former human kingdom is under the demon kingdom's occupation. We must refrain from any move that could be seen as an act of rebellion. I don't blame them if they think their opponent is trying to wage another war or is expanding their military upon seeing them build a castle. So, what will happen to the castle that the orcs built? It pains me to say this, but it is to be destroyed. Please wait. Okubo and I start clinging to the feudal lord. We beg of you, sir, anything but that. My orcs shed blood, sweat, and tears to build that castle. We'll listen to whatever you say, so please let us keep the castle. Sir, it's our newly built precious castle. Myself aside, if Okubo clings onto someone, it's highly likely that they'll be crushed to death. I mean, it's like having a bear or a lion cling to you. It's not like I'm being inconsiderate by telling you this. I'm just concerned about my territory and its surroundings and want to avoid any problems. In that case, says the demoness Varlina. She's wearing a charming dress. You're already wearing the dress you won? We were in the middle of measuring my sizes. I can see that the young feudal lord is entirely captivated by her dress. We can turn things around so that it's in the best interest of everyone. Pardon? We can just make the entire former human kingdom. No, even the demon kingdom experience the same thing we did. Which means, we will proclaim that we have created the first and perhaps the last attraction in our territory hosted by Lord Dalkish. Then, we will recruit challengers from all over the world. Oh, I see. That way, the whole world will know that Okubo's castle isn't a dangerous building. I feel like this conversation is going in a grand direction, though. But Lady Varlina, we can't just go ahead with that plan. We need permission from the occupation government before anything else. You can leave that to me. This is our chance to enrich our territory. The way she keeps saying our territory really makes it seem like they're already one big family. If we collect an entrance fee from challengers around the world, our financial situation will drastically improve. And the more famous our territory becomes, the easier it will be for renowned scholars and martial artists to visit us. Oh, I see. This is a chance we mustn't let go of if we want our territory to flourish. For my future and yours. Yes, the feudal lord has been wholly incorporated into the demoness's future plans. You there? Yes? You're talking to me, right? You'll be managing things as a matter of course, won't you? If you refuse, we'll demolish that castle immediately. We are willing to comply with your terms. Varlina has strong negotiation skills. Thus, we ended up planning another round of Okubo's castle with the approval of the feudal lord. Well, we're doing it as an apology for building the castle in their territory without permission. But above all, everyone wants to keep having fun. Based on the experience of the feudal lords group, we'll remodel the castle where the challengers can bewilderingly experience thrill and despair with a more intense balance between difficulty and enjoyability. It would take about 3 months to get permission from the feudal lord's side, advertise and recruit challengers, so we'll work hard till then. We held our project meetings energetically. Don't you think way too many participants were eliminated at the first obstacle? It went from 250 to 80 at once. If too many people are eliminated at the beginning, the rest of the game won't be as enjoyable. We have to control how many people will be eliminated at every stage. Each design has its own appropriate number of people, so we should reconsider the order of the obstacles based on that. Why don't we also bring back my trial where I obstruct their path? Not going to happen. We might as well turn it into an impossibly hard game if we're going to include you too. Veil section. Thus, time passed in the blink of an eye as we prepared for Okubo's castle and developed new dishes. One winter day, big news knocked on my door. Finally, Platy is pregnant. It's definitely my child. Making full use of the Lamaze technique taught to her by the sea mother goddess Amphitrite, she brought out the maximum power from her blessing and finally conceived a child with an otherworlder. Way to go, Platy. A princess, a witch, and a mermaid. I can't believe I'm finally going to be a mother. Am I even worthy of being one? Even before her baby bump is visible, she's already feeling anxious. You'll be fine. You manage things well here on the farm, so I'm sure you can discipline your own child. I will do my best to protect the expecting mother and her child. Puffer, who is accompanying Prince Arawana on his journey, just so happens to have returned. Lampai is also thrilled. I guess blessings from one's own race are the most passionate. After all, Platy's pregnancy was confirmed by Amphitrite, who personally came to announce her conception. She said she's been pregnant for 3 months. So does that mean she conceived right after she started her training? If the training's results were immediate, then what was the purpose of the rest? Phew. I can finally take a breather now. I even preserved my honor. What are you talking about? We've just started the long journey to pregnancy and childbirth. And what do you mean you preserved your honor? With the other mermaids also getting into relationships, it's not surprising if they're expecting a baby sooner or later, you know? My gaze shifts to the side. Puffer and Lanpai are blatantly whistling. I'm the first mermaid here to get married, but if the others get ahead of me in baby making, it'll be a complete loss of face for me. Is that the real reason you wanted to have a baby? Shouts me, Puffer, and Lanpai. The mother's intentions for wanting to have a baby aside, the baby just has to wait until they're born. Chapter 241 Account of the Pilgrimage Part 6, Handling Auspicious Events. Platy's pregnant? Hakai the Orc here, one of Prince Rauana's companions on his pilgrimage. We're all surprised to hear some essential news from Lady Puffer. She finally did it, bravo. Prince Rauana slapping his knee in delight is reasonable since he's Princess Platy's brother and Lord Saint, Princess Platy's husband, is his brother-in-law and his best friend. The reason why Platy was so obsessed with getting a baby was ridiculous, though. I can't help but be astonished. What kind of reason? Well, it's so ridiculous it's not even worth mentioning in detail, says Lady Puffer as she turns away, blushing. Everyone present guessed various things. Lady Puffer is merfolk just like Prince Rauana and is a high-ranking mage known as the Witch of the Bitter Cold. She uses her extraordinary power to teleport back and forth between the prince and the farm, helping the prince on his travels and working on the farm simultaneously. The reason why she's doing such an annoying thing is, hey, sis, ain't you and bro Rauana gonna make a baby? Nonchalantly asks Songokafon, the angel. Why there you have it. However, Songokafon is an angel of destruction who cannot sense the mood and just keeps moving forward. Why you idiot. The prince and I will be engaged, get married, build a family, get pregnant, give birth, get pregnant, give birth, get pregnant, give birth, get pregnant, give birth, get pregnant, give birth. Oh, Lady Puffer, how many children are you planning to have? She's right, Songoku. Personal relations are delicate, and you shouldn't talk lightly about major events that mark milestones in one's life. Prince Rauana, on the other hand, is calm. It's true that if a talented woman like Puffer were to become queen, the mermaid kingdom would be at peace, and nothing would be more auspicious. However, the most important thing in marriage is the feelings of the couple. You must not proceed with your plans without asking the other person. Ask her then. Ask her then. Songokafon and I are thinking of the same thing. Go on, Prince. Ask Lady Puffer's feelings. I'll bet everything that I have as well as Leader Orcubo's soul, that she'll say yes. I can't stand to watch Lady Puffer act like a chicken in cases like these, so I'll give her a helping hand. Well, why don't we all go back to the farm once since Princess Platy's pregnancy is confirmed? Perhaps it was an abrupt suggestion, but everyone stared blankly at me. We can return to the farm with ease using teleportation magic anyway, so how about Prince Rauana gives his direct blessings to Princess Platy? Oh, good idea. Songoku's been there before, so I guess we can spend a day or two at the farm. Lady Puffer is surprisingly on board with the idea. It's a bit of a roundabout way to get them to follow the same thing after seeing a happy couple up close. What do you say, Lord Ardheg? Let me introduce you to our new companion, Glint's dragon Ardheg. As his name implies, he's a dragon. We were in a life or death struggle when he attacked us months ago. Lady Puffer and Songokafon just so happened to be at the farm that time, leaving only Prince Rauana and me to deal with him. We seriously thought we'd meet our demise there. Apparently, he's flying around the world to clear the trial given to him by the Dragon Archon, Giza Dragon, so he qualifies as his successor. His trial is to bring him either a king unworthy of a hero or a hero unworthy of a king. The riddle-like take of it makes me tilt my head in confusion, but Lord Ardheg is hoping that Prince Rauana would be either of the two. After having fought him once, Lord Ardheg's expectations for Prince Rauana increased. Now, He's with us so he can make the final call. He is now in his human form, just like Lady Vale, and is having a meal with us. I have nothing to say. I'm only here to watch the actions of this hero or king, Mr. Arowana. Is that so? And I will scrutinize his every move to see if he really is a hero or a king. Is that so? What a handful person we've got with us. Wait, not a person, but a dragon. Are we going to that farm agent? You want to see your buddy Hawker's fun again, don't you, Son Goku? Yi, Ima settle things with her this time and destroy her for good. Why are you so hostile toward her? Well, if I could, I'd also like to see my orc brethren and exchange intel with each other after so long. What do you think, Prince Rawana? No, he said no, but why not? Do not forget the purpose of this journey. I am here to train myself as the next Mermaid King. It's a pilgrimage, and there's no way I can suspend that. He's so diligent. As for my blessings to Platy, please do it on my behalf, Puffer, and tell Hendra to arrange for a congratulatory gift back at the Mermaid Kingdom. Oh, okay, but are you really sure? Will it hurt to be a little more flexible? Yes, I can't treat this pilgrimage half-heartedly. It is only when I push myself to the limit that I get to see even the minutest details I couldn't before. This way, I can become a strong and kind king. And what a diligent comment. Artheg, the dragon, stares at this, and something like a drum roll starts playing in his head. King points, +2. Are you going to keep doing that point calculation? That sounds like a pain. Anyway, Puffer, tell Platy congratulations for me. All right, you don't have to keep reminding me. I will not congratulate my sister in person or face Lord Saint until I have completed my pilgrimage and developed my qualities as a king. Yeah, and I'll propose to you once I've completed my pilgrimage. Yeah. Wait, what? Lady Puffer's expression changed dramatically in an instant. Or rather, it's still changing. Her eyes flicker as her expression alternates between looking stupefied and dreamy. Dear? What did you just say? Anyway, let's head to sleep. We've got a lot of walking to do tomorrow. Wait a minute, I'm asking you what you said earlier. Did you say propose? Who will? To who? Hey, say it one more time, please. Do I really have to repeat myself? I told you that everything comes after this pilgrimage is over. You can't start one thing without finishing another. Then finish it now. I beg you. Continue your story. I don't know if Prince Rawana is dense or a blockhead, but he has a tremendous ability to turn the tables. I thought no one could top Son Goku in not sensing the mood, but I stand corrected. Seeing this, our new companion, Lord Arteg, says hero points, +3. Is he going to keep adding points? This seems like it's going to be a pain. Chapter 242 Account of the Pilgrimage Part 7, A Corrupt Feudal Lord. I'm a corrupt feudal lord. Gahaha. Calling myself corrupt is abnormal, you say? Nonsense. What's the use of being the good guy if you can't act like one? Pretending to be someone you're not isn't going to get you any praise or money. That's why it's better to accept being the bad guy and extort the weak. No matter what happens to the Demon Kingdom, our wise ruler will continue to support us all. I can do whatever I want in this remote area, away from the capital. Pay your taxes. 70% of your harvests. I don't care if it's an abundant harvest or not. 70 is 70. I'll tax people even more. If you own a house, you're taxed. If you own livestock, you're taxed. If you own a business, you're taxed. If you buy something, you're taxed. If you get married, you're taxed. If you have a child, you're taxed. Even if you die and have a funeral, you're still taxed. Inheritance tax is 100%. I'll also charge you for the use of the water wheel. Whenever you mill wheat into flour, you must use the feudal lord's water wheel. You are not permitted to mill the wheat with the millstone at your house. I'll confiscate the millstones from all the houses and destroy them. I'll also build a toll gate. What? There's already one on the southern highway? Then just build another one in front of it. Gahahaha. So much money will fill up my pockets. All the wealth will be mine. I'll be the only one left laughing in this world. Section. As I was counting the coins I had hoarded, visitors dropped by. They look like travelers. With how dirty their clothes are. 2 men and 2 women. They don't look like demons. but an orc accompanies them. One of them says, "The tax rate in this territory is too excessive compared to other places. We want you to reduce it." You're in no position to voice out your opinion to me. I was thinking of arresting them and cutting off their heads to make an example to the rest, but I thought of playing with them before that. Let's see. Go to the garden. There's a big stone there. It's annoying how it ruins the garden's scenery, but it's so big and heavy that I can't move it. I'll do as you say and reduce the taxes if you can destroy or move it out of my house. Otherwise, I'll take all your belongings and kick you out of my territory. He. Hakai. Roger. Oh? Are you going to use your orc attendant? If orcs had enough physical strength to surpass humans, they would have destroyed or moved that big rock ages ago. What are you going to use the tax for? Well, it's not like it matters, so do what you want. Yeah. What? The stone broke in half. It's even breaking into smaller pieces. Shall we remove the shattered stones, Lord Ardheg? Very well. I will assess your qualities by helping. The finely crushed stones were quickly carried away and completely vanished from my sight. No. That was cheating, right? They used a monster. Why don't they play fair and square by relying on their strength if they want to bet? Let's play one more game, just for you people. There's a monster living in the mountains outside of my territory. It's been a year since it appeared, but you should go and kill it. What? That's something I should do as a feudal lord? Fools, why would I do something that won't earn me even a pretty gold coin? Just mobilizing troops already costs money. Even if I leave it alone, the damage suffered will be limited to the nearby villagers being eaten alive. If you feel sorry for them, go and kill the monster yourselves. However, you only have 1 day to do it. You'll probably run out of time before you get there, though. Mwahaha. Son Goku. Aye, sir. Huh? How is that girl flying? Magic? She flew away, and she's already back. Izzy's demonster requested. There's a dead monster shot in its chest. If you have any doubts, you can send a messenger to the mountain to confirm things. We'll wait as many days as it takes. Fine. Next. If you win the next round, I'll reduce the taxes for real. There's a sanatorium in a faraway village where people suffering from an epidemic go to get treated. There are no proper doctors and medicine, so not many of them recover. Did you build that sanatorium? Huh? Why would I go out of my way to do something unprofitable? The village volunteers built it on their own. I imposed heavy taxes on them so they could operate the facility. They have enough leeway to build one, after all. Why the deep sigh? Puffer on it. Now it's the other woman? Nincompoops. You may be confident in your strength, but swords and fists are no match for the ill. There are less than 20 patients. My on-hand potions should suffice. It only kills the pathogens, not necessarily make a full recovery by drinking it. So they still have to stay put and focus on regaining their strength. If possible, they should intake plenty of nutritious food. What? The sick started to look better and better, and their cough has vanished too. I didn't really hear the specifics of what we're supposed to do at the sanatorium, but now that all the sick are cured, the sanatorium will also stop its operations. Problem solved. This man who seems to be their leader has been looking down at me pompously for a while now. Who in the world are you, acting like this toward a demon feudal lord? Will you promise me that you will at least reduce the tax rate to a moderate level? Such is the obligation of rulers. Don't talk so high and mighty. I know. Let's have another round. This time it's the last one. Bring me a dragon. Alive, not dead. If you can do that, I'll reduce the taxes. Gahahahahahaha. He's beyond saving. Lord Ardheg. What? The other male companion steps forward and what is he doing? He's changing. He's transforming into something gigantic, with claws, fangs, wings, and scales all over his body. Section. Hakai the Orc again. Today, we're in a remote territory of the Demon Kingdom ruled by a corrupt feudal lord. We've been trying to negotiate with him to stop his corrupt ways, but his constant selfishness made us snap. The first to lose his temper was Lord Ardheg, the dragon. Revealing his true dragon form, he looks down at the feudal lord. So, there's a dragon here. just as you requested. Do you want us to bring a lifeless king next? The corrupt feudal lord is too overwhelmed by Lord Ardheg's imposing appearance that he can't think of another absurd demand. Please restrain yourself, Lord Ardheg. You're also frightening the villagers. This scum is neither a king nor a hero. To keep him in my sight is a waste of my time assessing him. If it weren't for your instructions beforehand, I would have turned him into cinders already. Lord Ardheg said all that he wanted before he reverted to his human form. Prince Rauana then calls out to the feudal lord whose knees have given way. We entered your territory and were dismayed by the sheer number of checkpoints, but what disappointed me more was the squalor of your villages. It was enough to make us think if we really were in the Demon Kingdom. Still, the villagers were so hospitable to us that they even offered their meager portion of food. We were so touched that we came to you to appeal on their behalf. But what is it? I think we've gone beyond reasonable limits of negotiations. Hakai. Yes, sir. I step forward in front of Prince Rauana and unfold a massive parchment to show the corrupt feudal lord. Written on it is, "That's the bill of passage issued by my nation in the handwriting of King Zedden himself." Who in the world are you people? You're awfully rude. I am the first prince of the Mermaid Kingdom. Prince Rauana. The corrupt feudal lord opens his eyes wide. I didn't want to introduce myself as such, but you left me no choice. Prince Rauana continues. Of course, I have no right as a stranger to interfere in the Demon Kingdom's politics, but demons are a proud race, so how can you let the dignitaries see your disgraceful self of another nation? I'm back, says Lady Puffer, who disappeared for some time and returned with teleportation magic. Puffer, did you meet Lord Zedden? Yes, and rather smoothly. He said he'll send the military police over here right away. At the mention of the Demon King's name, the corrupt lord looks as if his eyeballs are about to pop out of their sockets at any moment. The head of the Demon Kingdom will decide how severe of punishment will be meted out to devils like you. Termination, confiscation, exile, imprisonment, death penalty. Who knows? This is where the Demon King's resolve will be tested. That day, one unworthy statesman disappeared from the Demon Kingdom. Section. It was a thought-provoking encounter. In the human kingdom, the feudal lords are decent to make up for the dim-witted royalty. It's the opposite case in the Demon Kingdom. Though Lord Zedden is indeed a benevolent ruler, but he can only do so much in keeping an eye on everything and everyone. With a remarkable monarch comes with lax people around him. I'm afraid, not all demon feudal lords are like that. You'll have to be careful when the time comes to rule your own country. You mean you and me? Could you stop saying insinuating things out of the blue? Prince Rauana's pilgrimage continues. Chapter 243 Orcubo's Castle, Spring Campaign. Spring is here. The season of endurance has ended, making way for the season of budding. I can't help but feel this way as Platy is now carrying my child. The curtains also rise on another event that would allow us to experience the breath of spring and vitality. Orcubo's Castle. This is the first time we're inviting the public to take on the challenge. And we call it Orcubo's Castle, Spring Campaign. Section. Wow, it's been a while since I visited Orcubo's Castle. There are so many people. So many that they seem to fill the entire area. Are they the people who gathered to challenge Orcubo's Castle? Yes. A total of 3,000 people has gathered here. 3,000? That's a lot more than we expected. Our 3 months of advertising paid off. The participation fees we collected from the human and demon participants alone will far exceed the annual income of our territory, says Varlina the demoness. Apparently, she was sent as a supervisor to the human kingdom since the humans were defeated by the demons during the war. But, I wonder what's this feeling I get? It's like she's more proactive in making the territory richer than the feudal lord himself. As the wife of the feudal lord, I must work together with him to make our territory flourish to the fullest. Hence, I will make sure this event is a huge success as a start. Wait, since when were they married? That's why I'm asking you to take care of our prized attraction. The future of this territory depends on your efforts. I've completely left everything in Orcubo's care, but I'm sure things will be all right. Knowing him, the event is already a success so far. In addition to the 3,000 game participants, there's also a crowd of spectators of almost the same number. Although we couldn't charge them participation fees, we hurriedly sold food and drinks to entertain them while also making a profit, and these are all done by our neighbor villagers. It makes for their extraordinary revenue and funds their village's revitalization, so they're more than thrilled. Naturally, they couldn't do it all by themselves, so the event became even more crowded with assistance from all across the territory. In short, they're busy as bees. I would like to host the opening ceremony, says Okubo as he makes an appearance. The purpose of this event is for you to traverse this castle and confront me in the keep. How many of you will be able to overcome the many obstacles and reach me? The tone of his voice is becoming more and more provocative. Do you dare to challenge my castle? Yeah. Will you be able to reach me? Yeah. Do you want a prize? Yeah. You want to go to New York? Yeah. Huh? The last one was a joke I told Okubo beforehand, but it was a miss. I guess people in other worlds don't know that New York is a name of a place. Well, next, a few words from the feudal lord and his wife who have worked so hard to organize this event. As if to hastily escape from the awkward atmosphere, Okubo passed the baton to the feudal lord, Dalkish, with Varlina standing beside him. Okubo introduced them as such. But are they really married? I am the lord of this area, Dalkish, and I am his wife, Varlina. They are. I am happy that a new landmark has been built in my territory. As the feudal lord, it would make me delighted if this becomes an opportunity for everyone to visit my realm and build intimate connections with each other. I want to express my gratitude to Okubo for building Okubo's castle and organizing this event, and to each and every one of you who gathered here. You can stop there, dear. Indeed, his long speech was interrupted. Let's put the formalities aside and cut to the chase, says Varlina, now wife of the feudal lord, who seems far more cunning than her husband. There will be a prize for the challengers who conquer Okubo's castle, as stated in our notice. The venue suddenly became noisy after hearing Varlina's words. I'd like to show you some of the prizes as motivation. At her gesture, several of our goblins came up with something in their hands. Prize number 1, trendy Nuju clothing, made of normal silk. That's all the craze in the demon capital. Ooh. The audience is in an uproar. It is an item so rare that it would cost dozens of gold coins to buy one, but you can easily get yours by conquering Okubo's castle. On to the next prize. The next prize the goblins hold up is a leather bag made by Melga and her group. This leather bag is made of hydrolex. The audience buzzes even more. I'm sure the human race full of adventurers understands. Hydrolexes are reptilian monsters that only appear in cave dungeons of 3 stars or higher, making their skin highly valuable. You can easily find them hanging around in Sensei's dungeon that the orcs have had enough of encountering them, though. On to prize number 3. It's a drink the god of alcohol, Bacchus, created himself, not to mention a new brew. The third prize excited the participants the most. I guess alcohol is popular wherever you go. Hold on. All the prizes are taken from our farm. The winner who conquers Okubo's castle gets to have one prize of their choice. There are more prizes to be won, so go crazy. I see. So this was the reason why a swarm of challengers gathered. They must have given them a sneak peek of the prizes while they were advertising. It's hard to tell since I'm on the farm all the time, but Shax, a local merchant and our business partner, said that the products we produce are worth a fortune outside. Hence, this flow of events isn't hard to understand from my point of view. Well, we only showed prizes that are not already known to the general public, so I think it's fine, says Belina beside me. The project planning and management of Okubo's castle and the negotiations with the feudal lord were all done by her. She's as self-proclaimed incompetent as ever. You're sure there's nothing that could be a hazard if it were to appear on the market? Yes. We know you also don't want the world to be destroyed because of leaked information, Lord Saint. Huh? Do we really have something that dangerous with us? In any case, I can tell that the participants are raring to go after seeing some of the prizes. After Varlina's agitating speech, the enthusiasm for the upcoming game hit its peak. Well then, let us begin Okubo's Castle, Spring Campaign. Yeah. Section. Thus, Okubo's Castle began. with the first obstacle remaining the same. The frustrating balance beam. You have to balance yourself while crossing a narrow bridge that leads to various parts of the moat. Reflecting on the brutality of its previous setup, which had reduced the number of our first batch of challengers from 250 to 80, I made some changes to the rules and adjusted the balance. The moat still has 10 balance beams, but the next challenger cannot start until the person before them has crossed or fallen off of it. Doing so will prevent anyone from eliminating themselves due to crowding, as was the case last time. Of course, we still have the interfering ballistae. Let's see how many of them can get through the first obstacle. But while I was lost in my own monologue, we met an unexpected challenger. He was a giant demon. Demon King? Chapter 244. The Challengers. And so, Aukubo's Castle's spring campaign, an open competition come attraction, began. The first challenger to step onto the first obstacle, the frustrating balance beam, was Demon King. That huge, awe-inspiring body and dark skin characteristic of the demon race is Demon King Zed. Without a doubt, he is the ruler of the demon kingdom. But now that they've overthrown the human kingdom, he's the ruler of the entire earth. SHH, Lord Saint, I'm here in secret today. Oh, I knew it, but how did you know about this event? My wives told me about it. I've been busy with government affairs lately, so I was hoping to do some physical workout for a change. I see. Well, they have indeed eliminated war by destroying the human kingdom. Ever since I started focusing on domestic affairs, I virtually lost all of my free time. Just taking today off was quite the arduous task in itself. If that's the case, Demon King, please make full use of the obstacles here at Aukubo's castle to get your dose of exercise. Indeed. My wives and children are watching, so I will reach the top and show them a father and husband's dignity. He's extremely motivated even as a new father. But I get him because I'm also going to be a dad soon. Please show them how strong you are by clearing the first obstacle with ease. Here I go. Geisha, Marine. Burn your father's magnificent appearance into your memories. And then, he attempts the balance beam. As expected, his sense of balance is outstanding, and he swiftly moves forward. Oh, I see, this is indeed difficult, but I can't call myself a king if something this trifling stops me. Ah. If you only keep looking down at the beam like that, honk. You were Demon King Zed, eliminated right after being hit by a ballista's cushion ball and falling to the bottom of the moat. He didn't make it past the first obstacle. What a harsh event this is. However, we're only getting started. The number of participants is still in the thousands even after Demon King was eliminated. Hey, I'm next. An excessively energetic man attempts the balance beam. His complexion suggests that he's a human, but who's he? Lord Seabontet? Shouts Dalkish next to me. Do you know him? He's the feudal lord of a neighboring territory. What? I'm envious that all the attention is focused on Dalkish's territory, but we won't lose in terms of popularity. He dashes across the balance beam at a constant speed and clears the first obstacle that our ballistae didn't have time to hit him. To the adventurers present here. After the event, be sure to stop by my territory's famous dungeon, Narutaki Cave. He used this opportunity and risked his life just to promote a landmark in his territory. Human feudal lords are so industrious. And so, more challengers attempt the balance beam. They fall, cross, fall, and cross. Let us go as well. I guess we should. Dalkish and I also began to relax our bodies with a warm-up exercise. You may be wondering why we've been able to keep a close eye on the challengers' movements so far. There's a reason. Of course, we're in this game ourselves. Their every move is completely visible to us. I'd rather be the dancing fool than the watching fool at a festival. That's why I'm a challenger today. I'm going to reach the top where Aukubo is waiting. I'll make it to the castle tower again to make my presence felt as a feudal lord and show off my territory even more. Says Dalkish. I'm one of the designers of this game, and Dalkish is an experienced competitor, so we both managed to cross the frustrating balance beam without a hitch. Section. Out of the first batch of 300 challengers, 170 have passed the first obstacle. Since we couldn't accommodate all 3,000 in one go, we divided them into batches. Now that the first batch has passed the first obstacle, the second batch is next. There's a lot more of them left than last time. Adjusting its difficulty paid off. The numbers should only be half of the previous obstacle this time. Only a few people should be able to reach Okubo. If a fake challenger like me is one of the few remaining, then even better. The more competitors that get crushed, the better. Who was that? Before the second obstacle, a participant standing next to me caught me off guard with his monologue. Who are you? Oh, did you hear me? You can ignore that. I'm just another participant, an adventurer named Shape. Adventurer? As in the famed profession? This is the first time I'm seeing one. Adventurers get rich by going into dungeons, finding treasures, and killing rare monsters. They're most apt at events like this, I believe, explains Dalkish, the feudal lord. It's true that this event, where you go to the castle tower and receive valuable prizes, can make you a fortune in a single stroke. I know what this event is hiding. No one even asked him, but he continued talking. I've been looking for the Saints Farm for a long time now. Pardon? It's the hottest target among adventurers right now. Everyone's desperate to find the Saints Farm, which is said to have all the treasures you can ever imagine. I pretend to not know anything. Many adventurers who wanted the same thing as me didn't participate, saying they don't have time for a silly event as this and would rather look for the Saints Farm. But you know what? They're the silly ones. What makes you say that? Because the clue to the Saints Farm is hidden in this event, says the young adventurer confidently. I can tell from the prizes in this event. Where would anyone get such a luxurious variety of prizes? Don't you think it's most likely that they came from the Saints Farm, where all the secrets of this world can be found? Everything he says is mere speculation. But he's pretty much right on target. I'm going to reach the top and tell them that I want no prize but to be taken to the Saints Farm only. That's my purpose for participating in this event. What an ambitious young man. But he seems like trouble, so I signal a command to the elves in charge of the second obstacle to focus their attacks on him and eliminate him. Chapter 245 Judgment. Thus, Okubo's castle, spring campaign proceeded with great success. The spectators were in breathless suspense as they watched the participants desperately attempt the numerous obstacles. Those who were eliminated were served pork miso soup as a consolation prize while everyone else reached the goal harmoniously. In the end, only 23 people were able to reach the keep. Considering the total 3,000 participants, I'd say that these 23 people were quite the fighter. Unfortunately, I wasn't one of them. I was eliminated at the second obstacle after a boulder crushed me. Isn't it unfair that a giant rolling boulder suddenly changes its trajectory and comes at you when there's supposed to be nothing there? Oh well, let's leave my complaints aside. Meanwhile, Dalkish reached the keep again, preserving his honor as a feudal lord. The spectators applauded those who made it to the top, but something happened just before we could lower the curtains. Section. The award ceremony had ended, and all that was left was to do the closing ceremony when suddenly a group of armored soldiers came barging in. What's going on? Even Dalkish is shaken by this unexpected situation. Does this mean that these soldiers aren't from his army? Their dark skin can be seen through the gaps in their helmets, indicating that they're demon soldiers. Demon soldiers? From the occupation office? Everyone, freeze. We've got this place under control, says one of the soldiers. His face resembles a rat's sly face. This gathering is suspected to be in preparation for rebellion against us. Therefore, we will be keeping this under strict control. Nonsense, says Varlina as she steps forward. I'm sure I've notified the occupation office that this event is for recreational purposes only. We even got permission for it. Even if you've talked to the higher-ups, we soldiers are still in charge of supervising the situation. None of us want to get scolded later for leaving a potentially threatening gathering unattended. The soldiers around him smirk in agreement with his far-fetched argument. They must be his accomplices. Those I have met so far at the Demon King's army have all been people of high rank and dignity, but there are always exceptions as expected. The further down the ranking you go, the harder it is for the higher-ups to keep an eye on, and the more liberal they become. Everything related to this gathering will be confiscated, including the entry fees, the proceeds from the sales, and the articles prepared as prizes. This castle too. So, their goal is to snatch all the profits from this event by calling it an illegal gathering. Enough. You may be demon soldiers, but you're a small force of only a few dozen. Do you think you can compete with my territory's forces in a fair fight? You'll all be labeled as rebels then, you know? You do remember you're trying to attack soldiers from the Demon King's army. That's quite a hostile act in itself already. What a sly person. No matter how dirty a scoundrel he is, the power relationship between their two nations is different. The occupied human race cannot show any pretense of defiance, no matter how trifling it may be. And he exploited this handicap. In a month, the main force of the Demon King's army will arrive, and this small territory will be cleared in a flash. If you don't want that to happen, why don't you share a portion with us? You're a disgrace to the demon race. Varlina, now wife of the feudal lord, snaps. The demons in the occupation office are working hard to achieve harmony with the human race, but cursed rascals like you are trying to spoil it. You're committing treachery against the Demon King and the entire Demon Kingdom. Ha! Demon King, my ass. Only retards would follow someone so incompetent. He could get his head chopped off with those words of his. Can't he even notice that Varlina is also a demon from her complexion? If she uses her former position as supervisor, she could easily notify the upper echelons of the occupation office. No, even if we go down that path, we have to get through this somehow. We have to yield for now to keep the soldiers from making a scene. Giving in to their demands and offering them prizes or money would be frustrating, though. There's no way the Demon King can keep an eye on this dumb territory in the middle of nowhere. Not even the big shots at the occupation office give a damn about petty soldiers like us. At this point, I could have instructed my farm allies around me to rout the enemy, but I didn't, because the person who's most suited to punish these people has already made his move. What's wrong with a demon oppressing a human? You lost to us. Those who don't understand such a simple thing and are working their asses off are idiots. Demon King is also an idiot. So, we're going to get the juicy parts for ourselves. The Demon King can't keep an eye on things and is a fool, you say? The soldier's head was forcefully grabbed from behind and turned 180 degrees. Its force was enough to twist his neck. Huh? Who was that? Who are you to defy the soldiers of the Demon King's army? I'll have you thrown in jail. Try arresting me, if you can, says Demon King Zed, making his appearance. He's wearing a participation award badge, with 1 star as proof that he had reached the first obstacle, on his chest. Why, Your Majesty? What brings you here? It seems that even a low-ranking soldier like you hasn't forgotten what I look like. If so, you should have also remembered the horror of defying me as well. The demon soldier, grabbed from the top of his head by the Demon King, has his soles off the ground. We can hear the sound of his skull cracking. You thought the former human kingdom is too far for me to keep an eye on? How preposterous. What you're doing is an atrocity. Oppressing the humans and insulting the demons. Your Majesty, you've got it all wrong. This is a misunderstanding. You've committed the crime and have gone against your ruler. What else could it be? Demon King Zed then slams the soldier's head onto the ground. His head sinks into the earth, and his body twitches. You soldiers are just as guilty as him. Don't think you can lay all the blame on this one fool. I will investigate each of you and punish you accordingly. The other soldiers drop their weapons one by one and collapse feebly. Section. And I just bothered Prince Rauana not too long ago. This long-established system has brought about inevitable corruption. With the end of the human-demon war, this has come to the surface as the victors' arrogance. The demon soldiers were restrained by Dalkish's men and were tied up in a row. Demon King apologizes to Dalkish. Not a trace of a ruler's arrogance seen. I'm going to take these people to the occupying office and scold the viceroy for his laxity in allowing his subordinates to commit this shameful act. The viceroy who manages the occupying office is appointed directly by the Demon King and is said to be one of his confidants. Still, I can only imagine him being terribly scolded for this. I will spare you the trouble of dealing with them and watch their behavior for a while longer. I never intend to become a wicked ruler who oppresses the human race. But Dorkish is still shocked by the Demon King's sudden appearance and suspects that there's some confusion. Varlina, eek. The demoness is tense from hearing her name called by their ruler. I've heard from masters that you've become intimately related to the feudal lord during your post here as his supervisor. I am afraid so, your majesty, but it's not out of lust or anything of the sort. You as a married couple will serve as a model to bring harmony between our two races. I want you to keep cooperating and focus on enriching your territory. Why yes, your majesty. I'm just glad they got the approval for it and that they didn't do it in the name of injustice or greed. I never thought I'd witness such disgraceful behavior from demons at a place where I came to enjoy. I suppose I can't take it easy just yet. Saying that, Demon King Zed leaves the scene with the criminals in tow. He'll probably go to the occupation office to purge evil first. Thus, the first Aucubo's Castle spring campaign was concluded with the abrupt plot twist of the Demon King's appearance section. And so, various things related to the Orc's castle came to a temporary end. The event had an unexpectedly positive effect, as many people witnessed firsthand the Demon King denouncing and punishing the corrupt demon soldiers, who are more terrifying than tigers to them. The fact that the Demon King doesn't tolerate injustice and is an ally of the weak, regardless of race, has spread around the world. This will surely ease the displeasure of the ruled people, and the world will move towards peace. I can't believe the entire world is changing for the better over a castle built by the orcs. What's with the grand scale of things here? Anyway, the profits from the event greatly enriched Dorkish and Varlina's territory, and the village at the foot of the mountain was successfully revitalized and flourished. It would be great if this event could spark motivation in the people throughout the former human kingdom and make it prosper more as a nation. Incidentally, I was told by the locals that they would like the event to be hosted again, so I think we'll do the next spring campaign around the same time next year. I'll make it to the keep then. Wait, no. First, I'll aim to clear the second obstacle. Chapter 246 Udon and Tempura. I feel like eating udon. Come to think of it, I haven't had it in a while. Now that we have bonito flakes, we have no other ingredient missing. That's why we're making udon today. Section. First, we need to make the noodles. Mix flour with salt water and knead. Oh, looks like Master is making something again. I wonder what he'll make this time? Vale and Platy have evolved into being able to sniff out food before it's even ready. Well, it's a pre-established harmony, so I guess it doesn't matter. I'm so looking forward to his next new dish. It seems he's kneading the flour with wheat. I feel like we've seen this before. What was it again? Oh, yeah. Vale makes a weird face as she jogs her memory after seeing me knead the dough. I remember now. This is to make bread, isn't it? Bread? You know, the thing you bake. And here I thought you were making something new, Master. Turns out, it's just bread. Was I giving off that kind of vibe? Hey, let me help make bread too. Kneading the dough is so much fun, says Vale as she joins me to knead. Knead the dough, mix flour, water, salt, sugar, and yeast to make bread. She sings gleefully. I, on the other hand, knead the udon dough quietly. Let's mix in some butter and knead some more, then let it rise. After letting the dough rest for a while, I spread it evenly with a rolling pin, then cut it into noodle strips. Once it's done proofing, we knead it again and cut them into pieces. Then I boil the finished noodles and make the dipping sauce at the same time. This is where the bonito flakes play their part. I throw the boiled udon noodles into the hot dipping sauce and sprinkle it with chopped green onions, then put the dough in the oven to bake it through and through. It's done. It's done. The finished noodles and bread are side by side. A double carbohydrate combo. I thought we were baking bread, Master. You made something else. But it's not like I mentioned anything about making bread, and how did you not notice me making something different midway? That aside, I'm slightly impressed that Vale managed to make bread on her own. I took a bite from it, given that it's freshly baked. It's delicious. But doesn't this taste a little salty? Oh, it's the taste of my tears. Pish. Let's taste your new dish instead, dear. Platy is not impressed. Then, without asking, She grabs my udon bowl. Is this some kind of soup? The bowl is mostly broth, but with some kind of long weird thing in it. Do you eat it with chopsticks? I'm not very good at using them, though. Vale also shifts her interest toward the udon. Despite what she said, she uses the chopsticks well and slurps the udon. Yum. What is this long, chewy thing? I thought it'd be fluffy since it has the same ingredients as bread, but I was wrong. The sauce is also delicious. Is this flavor from the bonito flakes you recently made? I see. You were able to make this because of it. I'm glad to see their satisfied reactions. I'm going to try dipping my bread into the sauce. Yum. Manners, Vale. But you're right. It is delicious. They've turned into flavor researchers and are trying all sorts of combinations. I don't really approve of the way they're eating it, but I'll give it a try later for curiosity's sake. Just once, maybe. Alright, I'll add one slight touch. It's not just bonito, or otherworldly fish that looks like one, that we caught during our fishing trip. Among them was a shrimp-like fish. I cover it with batter and fry it in oil. Hup. I put the shrimp tempura into their bowls of udon. Voila! They both instinctively raise their voices in delight. This is incredible. I can tell it's incredible. Two foods that are incredible on their own merge into one. It's not just twice as incredible, but thrice. The shrimp's coating is soaked in the udon soup, synergizing its taste. The golden color of this batter is luxurious. It's perfect for a dragon like me. They're so delighted. Meanwhile, I'm making cakeage. I wonder what else goes well with udon. Meat, tanuki, kitsune, wakame, tsukumi, wild vegetables, burdock tempura. I can't think of anything else anymore. Wait, there must be more to it. I could have sworn most stand-up soba and udon stalls at train stations had a menu full of various toppings. For example, croquette udon? No, that would be too strange. The contents of the croquette would dissolve into the sauce and ruin the dish. I wonder if that's a good idea. Maybe it isn't. Curry udon. But isn't that a separate dish? It's not part of the repertoire. Besides, my farm isn't ready to make curry, so I'm putting this idea on hold. There are also zaru udon and bukkake udon if we don't want to limit ourselves to individual ingredients. I don't need to get new ingredients for these, too, so I can make them right away. Oh, wait, I have to make a bamboo mat for zaru udon. What a hassle. There are so many things I need to prepare. And then there's the forbidden natto udon. When I returned to reality, the situation in the kitchen had changed drastically. This natto udon is pretty good, ? Natto udon has been realized, of course. Its executor is none other than our natto angel Hawker's Fon. She has imitated something typically served in Mito's udon shops. Mito is the capital city of Ibaraki Prefecture in Japan. It seems they're most famous for their natto. Natto and udon together is one fine combination. I will add this to my natto repertoire. Wait, it's not just Hawker's Fon, but the kitchen is now bustling with the other farm residents. Orcs and goblins are boiling the rest of my udon and putting it into bowls one after another, along with the dipping sauce. They actually did it themselves without asking me. Oh, apologies, we boiled them without asking you. Why don't you try some yourself? My lord, it's really delicious. But I made that myself. It's not just Vale who learn how to cook without my help. Let's try this tempura thingy too. Let's deep fry some pumpkin and eggplant. How about tomatoes and cucumbers, too? While we're at it, they aren't even hesitant in experimenting with things. After frying, put them into the udon bowl. Brilliant. We can taste all kinds of udon. This udon with sweet potato tempura is pretty good. So is this udon with chopped burdock root. Butter tempura. Ice cream tempura. Would Japanese sake make a fine pairing with the udon? Udon noodles with seaweed is also delicious. These wild vegetables too. I guess my passion for food and cooking must have transferred to everyone on the farm. I felt time moving forward when I found out Platty was carrying my baby. But that wasn't all. Everyone is growing up, little by little. Every single one of us. And I'm sure this growth is going to continue. Then, there's Hawker's Fon. Next. Let's try natto tempura. Please don't. I fear the outcome. Chapter 247 How We Spent Our Winter. 1. Winter has passed, and spring has arrived. But before we start celebrating the arrival of spring, I'd like to highlight a little more about winter. Let's take a look back at how our farm residents enjoyed theirs. Section. Starting with the earth spirits. Originally, they are intangible beings that blend into the soil and assist in the functioning of nature, but on our farm, they materialize and help us with chores. Winter, the season for all creation to stop going. We, too, will sleep quietly. Changing seasons significantly impact the earth spirits, especially during winter, when all living beings cease their activities. It's the season when they're least active. They go back to the earth until spring comes. In other words, they hibernate. See you soon, Master. Let's meet again in the spring. Review. Winter comes to an end. They bid their goodbyes and went back to the earth. At times like this, I realize that although the earth spirits may look like little girls, they're still non-human. Let's take a moment to review them. They look like little girls, are plenty in number, love butter, and anything sweet with butter in it, can materialize with Hades' blessings, and help us with housework. Their main job is cleaning and keeping our buildings tidy and free from even a single pest. But we have to clean the house ourselves during the winter when they're asleep. This isn't a problem, since we have no farm work around this time. Winter is a season for sleeping and storing up life force for all life to bloom in the upcoming spring. I am sure the earth spirits will also show us their magnificent forms then. With this in mind, I decided to spend the winter in my own way. Section. And then, spring came. It was a mere recollection of an event, so time flew in a flash. The snow melts, the stinging sensation in the air vanishes, and warmth returns, just the right conditions for the earth spirits to awaken. Spring is here. It's time to wake up. Wakey wakey. The earth spirits crawl out of the earth one after another. However, there's a definite difference between their appearance now and before they started hibernating. They multiplied. I mutter. They've multiplied. That's right. They multiplied in many ways than one. The earth spirits, who used to be little girls in appearance, have grown up. They've grown taller, and their body builds, chest, and hips have become more prominent. They've grown into alluring ladies who are nothing like the little girls they once were. Is this the effect of your hibernation? As a result of staying asleep and accumulating life force, the little girls have matured. Everyone, let's do our regular wake-up routine. If we don't, we can't do anything else. Here we go. 1, 2. Detox. Huh? The alluring earth spirits are enveloped in light. After I gradually regain my vision from the dazzling light, the earth spirits are back to normal. They're back in their adorable forms. We acquire too much energy during the winter that we grow fat. That's why we release the excess energy and tune it accordingly. Just like dieting and casting off, we leave all the excess stuff to tomorrow, along with memories, says the tiny earth spirits one after the other. As it turns out, the alluring earth spirits forms are a rare sight that could only be seen for a short time after winter. Section. We rewind time once more to the peak winter cold. For Angel, the second princess of the Mermaid Kingdom, and her friends, seeing a snowy landscape is something new. Wow, the ground is white. Princess, the 5 girls, Angel, Discus, Veiltail, Heclei, and Batrachus, who call themselves the legitimate 5 holy witches, are now entirely accustomed to life on the farm. They no longer get spooked by Dragon Veil or Sensei the Lifeless King. However, they are surprised to see this snowy landscape. Wow, is this what they call snow? Brrrr. Princess, it's cold to the touch. I'm going to catch the ones falling from the sky. Ah, so cold. They frolic in the snow like children. Well, their age is still under that category, so I guess it counts. PFFT. They really are children, all excited about their first snowfall, says Platty. This was before we found out she's pregnant. She can't be called a merlady if she's making a fuss over a mere snowfall. But in reality, even Platty looked up and opened her mouth wide during her first snowfall last year. I'm going to teach you how to enjoy the snow with Grace as your leader and as a full-fledged merlady. What? The mood in the air is that of their sister showdown again. What are you going to teach me, sis? And you're actually trying to help your enemy. You can't call yourself my enemy until you're more skilled. Platy is strict with her sister as usual. I'm going to teach you how to play with snow. You can only do this when the snow is falling heavily, as it is now. A seasonal game. You grab a handful of snow and form it into a ball. Then you throw it at your opponent. That's the snowball fight that I taught to everyone last winter. She's also doing something childish by immediately teaching what she learned from others. Its name is Snow Slaughter. No, the slaughter part is wrong. I can't overlook this as a bystander, so I call out to Platy. That's not it, Platy. It's a snowball fight, not slaughter. Why are you naming it something much more ominous, dear? But aren't battles also called wars? And war can only happen between people of the same level, huh? You can't have a war between people who are overwhelmingly different in level. Otherwise, it's a one-sided slaughter. The strong will trample the weak. You see, the way Platy looks at her sister is exactly the way she would look down on the weak. Angel also notices this and snaps in response. GRR, you're going to pay for looking down on me, sis. Fine, let's do this snow slaughter. Of course, I'm the one who's going to slaughter you. Bring it on. I'm going to show you again that no younger sister is better than her elder. Angel's friends join her to surround Platy in a 5-on-1 battle, but it still ends up as a one-sided slaughter with Angel's team being trampled down. It would have been a pity for them if it had ended like this, so they added Aileron and Gobukachi as helpers to make both sides equal in power and enjoy the snowball fight together. Chapter 248 How We Spent Our Winter. 2. We will continue to look back on how everyone spent their winter. The next thing on our list is this unusual incident section. A nude woman runs out into the snowscape. I tried to shut my eyes immediately, but I still saw a fleeting glimpse of it. What is the meaning of this? I covered my eyes with my hands so I can't see, but I can still hear shrill voices. No, it's cold. My entire body is freezing. Alcohol, warm up with it. What's going on here? Seriously? With my vision blocked, I can't grasp the situation except by guessing. This is their training. Is that Bacchus' voice, the god of alcohol? He's been living on our farm for some time now, energetically brewing alcohol. Is it just me, or are there actually naked women running around in front of me? Nope, they're really there. 15 of my maidens are completely naked. Whoa, that was close. I almost uncovered my eyes. Why are they running around naked? I told you. This is training for Bacchus maidens. Training? But what kind of training makes you run around naked in the cold? Oh, is it a midwinter marathon? Listen, you know how it's cold when you dive into the snow naked? Just imagining it makes my spine freeze over. But when you pour the alcohol onto your cold body, it warms you up. Then you dive back into the snow to cool yourself down. Then you drink some alcohol to warm up. By repeating this process, you can increase the amount of alcohol you can consume daily. The hell is that kind of training? They're already part of a drinking cult, yet they still have to undergo rigorous training to drink more. Bacchus maidens sure have it rough. It's a seasonal event that can only be done during winter. You can leave me out of it, but at least don't make them go stark naked. It's corrupting public morals. I say while still covering my eyes. But won't their clothes get wet if they dive into the snow wearing them? Why does your common sense only apply to that part? My guess is that Bacchus, the insane leader of this training, doesn't feel anything when he sees naked women. With a lifespan of thousands of years, his libido must have dwindled into nothingness. The only thing he has eyes on is alcohol. This is how I train and develop my elite and provide momentum to a new plan next spring. New plan? We're going to sell the alcohol we brew. Why would you do that? Not that I won't allow you. Good wine should be shared, don't you agree? This part of him really makes him stand out as the god of alcohol. Although, the training had an unexpected effect on the other women on our farm, who had been influenced by the maidens, and awakened the pleasure of repeatedly tossing their bodies into the snow and then warming up in the bathhouse. As a result, more women were running out of the bath completely naked. To protect the public morals of the farm, I had to enforce stricter control. Section. Then there's Princess Let Us Read. I thought she'd be bored during the winter, not being able to grow her fava beans, but she was enjoying the winter in her own way. Heave ho, heave ho, heave ho. I look to see what she's doing and see her rolling a snowball to make it bigger. Are you making a snowman? It's something I taught them last winter. Now, snowmen are lining the farm like the 500 disciples of the Buddha. Yeah, I'm going to make a high-class snowman worthy of being a princess's work, one that will stand out from all the other snowmen. As usual, this girl is taking pride in her royal bloodline in strange ways. Well, if you want to make a snowman, you need another snowball. Do you want me to help? 2 snowballs, one for the body and one for the head. And since it's winter, I'd start lacking exercise if I'm not careful, so I need to take the initiative. Don't worry, the other snowball is already being made by a reliable helper of mine. Oh, you already have an assistant? I guess I'll start making my own snowman then. Holly, how's your snowball coming along? It's going well. Let us read. Huh? Hawker's Fawn is helping Let us read build a snowman? The angel Hawker's Fawn? If she, who's one of the strongest on our farm and has a reasonable amount of strength, makes a snowball, the snowball for the head is complete. Too big. Exclaim me and Let us read. Its size is towering over our surroundings. It's not even a snowball anymore, but a spherical mountain of snow. Its diameter exceeds the roof of my house by a considerable margin. So, if Hawker's Fawn were to make a snowball, it'd be this big. Yikes. Hey, that's too big, Holly. It doesn't balance out with the snowball I made. Comparing the size of Hawker's Fawn's snowball and Let us read's would be like the earth and the moon. I've finished its head. Let us read. Please hurry on making its torso. I've also finished mine. Hawker's Fawn's snowball is supposed to be the head. It's apparent that it'll crush its body. I'll place it on top then. Ready? She places it mercilessly. As expected, Hawker's Fawn's snowball crushes Let us read's. Ah, my masterpiece. Since then, their collab snowman became the biggest one on the farm, attracting everyone's attention. Her goal of making a special snowman has been accomplished. Section. Lastly, we have Panu's Sata Group. They're in charge of making dairy products on our farm, but it appears that they used the cold, piled-up snow to mass-produce ice cream. I can understand why they'd want to take advantage of the cold environment to make something cold. However, when it's cold, our instinct is to regulate our body temperature by consuming warm food. In fact, hot milk and cheese fondue are more popular among our residents. Barely anyone is brave enough to eat ice cream in winter. Panu and the rest of the Satyrs have no choice but to consume the ice cream themselves, but they got carried away and made too much. Lord Saint, if you'd like, please have one. Feeling sorry seeing their pale lips as they urge me, I decide to join. It's giving me brain freeze. How many do we have left? 138 cups, including the ones we made today. Why did you make another batch? In the end, we somehow managed by placing them in the afterbath corner of the bathhouse to encourage consumption. That's pretty much how the residents of our farm spent their winters. The orcs and elves were busy creating Orcubo's castle attractions, while the goblins were busy tending to the farm. All in all, it was a productive winter. Now that we've passed the period of hiding in the cold, let's move on to spring. Chapter 249 Oozing Alcohol. The first thing we're doing in spring is to taste the fruit and herbal wines. Back in autumn, we soaked various fruits and medicinal herbs in the distilled liquor created by Bacchus, hoping that their flavors would infuse into them. It should be ready to drink now that winter's over. It should be. In theory, you soak the fruits in the wine before the rainy season and drink it around autumn. But the concept of seasons isn't all that defined in this world. So here they are, all lined up in front of us, a colorful array of wine. Starting with the standard plum wine, we also have apple wine, lemon wine, peach wine, loquat wine, orange wine, and kiwi wine. There are also a variety of herbal wines prepared by Platy and the other mermaids. They take out whatever steeped ingredient they put into them, giving them a unique color that cannot be found in ordinary alcohol. I don't think we'll be able to finish all these in one sitting. Anyway, we decide to enjoy the plum wine first since it's the most abundant in quantity. Plum yummy. It's even easier to drink if you dilute it with water. The pickled plums are also delicious. I'll make them into jam later, so don't eat them all, okay? They all seem to like it. I'm going to make this a staple on our farm and brew them regularly. Saint, I hear someone call out to me in my tipsy state. It's Bacchus, the god of alcohol. I want to see the results of the other steeped liquors. Will you come with me? Bacchus has now established himself as the head of the brewing department at our farm. He told me that he had made dozens of different kinds of steeped wine, but only a handful of them was shown at the wine party. I know for a fact that they will all taste great. Well, that's wise judgment. We got some crazy ideas when we asked the farm residents what alcohol to brew, but Bacchus was willing to try them all instead of rejecting them. He believes that the possibility of creating a miraculous product, no matter how ridiculous the method, isn't zero. This determination of his is what you'd expect from an alcohol enthusiast. But there were some extreme ones, weren't there? Like Hawker's Fund's proposed natto wine. Failure is the yeast of success. The challenge itself wasn't the problem. But we do have one in particular. Huh? What? It's this. Bacchus shows me around the brewery, and what he shows me scared me out of my wits. A ridiculously large wine bottle. It's so tall that I have to look up at it. How did they make such a huge bottle? That in itself is already a mystery, but an even bigger mystery is its contents. It's a glass bottle, so we could naturally see the generous amount of sake, probably shochu, and what's floating inside it is a dragon? Dragon wine? Who the hell thought of up this? Were they confusing it for snake wine? Vale. I call out to Vale from the outside of the bottle while knocking on it. What in the worlds is she doing? You called, Master? Ah, the voice from behind me spooked me out. Huh? Vale? She's right here in her human form. Huh? Who's the dragon inside this bottle then? There's a dragon inside the bottle. There's also a dragon outside the bottle. Vale. Vale is the only dragon on my farm. That's why I assumed that the dragon inside was her. If you're outside the bottle, then who's the dragon inside? Who? Oh. Your clone? She does have a conscious clone of herself that guards the mountain dungeon. It must be the exact clone. No. This dragon is different from me. Can't you tell? Huh? Have I not introduced you to her? Alrighty, I'll introduce you. Vale taps the bottle as if knocking on it. Seda, Master seems interested in you. Come out and say hello. Oh, my. Are you sure, sister? I've only been here for less than 2 months. Just come out for a few minutes. She's alive. I shouldn't be all that surprised even if she's inside a sealed bottle, considering she's a dragon, but she really is alive. High up, there we go. It's been a while since I've had some fresh air. The alcohol-soaked dragon pokes her head from the lid. So, you're Sis Vale's master. I am Seda, a grinsel dragon. Why yes, nice to meet you. The situation is so bizarre that I can barely utter a reply. The dragon that had soaked itself in the liquor comes out and greets me. This is our first meeting. It seems. Indeed, it is. Is there a problem? Why is a dragon I've never met soaking herself on my farm? Its level of mysteriousness is similar to those Lockroom murders. Let me do the explaining, interrupts Miss Know-It-All Vale. You're probably the one who started all this, anyway. It was an ordinary winter afternoon, and I was bored out of my mind. Okay. So, I decided to kill some time and go mess with another dragon, ? Speaking of which, aren't these dragons being tested by the current dragon Archon to determine his successor? And if they interfere with the other dragons and make them fail the trials, they'll benefit by eliminating their rival. That's unfair. As I was flying around, I came across Seda. I made her my target and approached her, but instead of intercepting Vale, she clung to her, crying for dear help. I was given an outrageous trial. Not even we dragons could accomplish it. What kind of trial was it? I didn't want to pry too much, but that wouldn't get us anywhere, so I had no choice but to urge her. I was asked to bring a fruit named Ambrosia. Why don't you just get one? A fruit? Dragons like you should be able to get a fruit or two easily. That's not how it works, Master, says Vale. Ambrosia is a fruit that has been long extinct and is nowhere to be found on Earth. Oh, It's practically an impossible trial. No matter how many dragons there are, it's impossible to find something that no longer exists. I was roaming around at a loss when I met Sisvale. I had no one else to turn to and was already exhausted, so out of sheer happiness, I hugged her and cried out, "Eh?" And with all her bawling, I didn't have it in me to corner her anymore. Your initial goal was to sabotage her, but you didn't stick to it, Vale. That's when I remembered you, Master. You can grow trees and crops out of nothing without sowing a seed, right? Oh, yes. That's one of the benefits of the Hand of Supremacy. It's a really versatile gift. I brought her here because I thought you'd be able to make an extinct fruit sprout again. I see. I understand how Sada came to the farm now, but what I still don't understand is why she's soaking herself in the alcohol. A noble dragon like me can't be indebted to a human, not to such children of lower races. Her words are relatively polite, but I can tell she's a dragon, all right. She's naturally arrogant as the most powerful race. So, I thought I'd first try to give you a big enough reward before I ask you a favor, but since you're a human who can subjugate Sisvale, I thought you wouldn't be satisfied with something generic. We were just having an alcohol party, right? That's why I thought it would make you happy if I prepared dragon wine. That's what Sisvale told me, so I decided to immerse myself in alcohol right away. Being stuck in a bottle for 6 months or so is no hard task for us dragons. Not being able to play with Master for that long sucks, too, personally. And that's how this happened? Why didn't I notice this? Oh, wait, I have been away a lot during winter, fishing and preparing for Okubo Castle's attractions. It's no wonder I didn't notice, but at least inform me about it, Vale. I guess I can't even expect that much from her. Less than 2 months have passed since, but I'm determined to persevere. I'll be sure to ask for your help in cultivating ambrosia when I'm finished. I'm also interested in dragon wine. Oh yeah, Master. Why don't we give it a taste now while we're at it? There's nothing more thoughtless than tasting steeped alcohol before it's finished. Dragon wine. I'm interested in what it tastes like. I wonder if it's like snake wine? I take a scoop of the wine and sip it. Whoa, this is good. What's up with this? It's delicious. And that's not all. My body is boiling hot, and I feel strength surging up within me. No alcohol can contain this much power. This dragon wine is undoubtedly the most potent alcohol. Oh, Saint, you shouldn't drink dragon wine carelessly, casually says Bacchus, unconcernedly checking the quality of the other wines. It will make you immortal. Why say that after I finish drinking it? I guess a dragon's power will always shine through, no matter what product they're involved in. Chapter 250. A dragon's secret. At any rate, we can't just abandon her now that we've discovered her. We have to deal with a new dragon, Sada. Oh? Are you sure? The wine isn't ready yet. I'd be concerned if a wine full of dragon essence were actually ready. You can't drink it unless you're prepared to become immortal or some sort. The one I drank was still relatively insipid, so it didn't make me immortal. So, I trust that this is for the better, right? Anyway, I asked Sada to climb out of the wine bottle and transform into her human form so that we could converse easier and explore the ambrosia fruit that she was after. Her human form is as beautiful as her demeanor suggests, tall, and has a well-proportioned body. I couldn't help but compare her to Vale's human form. Hey, Vale, she calls you her big sister, right? Is there a problem with it? Asks Sada. None. I push my thoughts into the back of my head. Back to the ambrosia in question. They said it's already extinct. When I pat the soil with the Hand of Supremacy active, plants from other worlds that shouldn't exist here can also grow. That's why it should be theoretically possible to sprout an extinct plant. Still, can we really bring something unknown to fruition? As my first attempt, I'm not quite sure how it will turn out. It's a plant I've never seen before, so I won't be able to judge whether it's a success or a failure, even if it sprouts and bears fruit. What should I do? When it comes to fruit, the dungeon orchard is the place to be, so I went there to think while looking at the fruit trees. Oh my! What a lovely dungeon with all these colorful trees. I know, right? Master remodeled my dungeon, says the dragon sisters, Sada and Vale, who came along with me. Do you mind if I go look around? It's not every day I get to visit a dungeon like this. Look around as much as you like. Realize how great me and my master are, boasts Vale. Seda takes her word for it and looks around. However, Kaya, what happened? I suddenly heard a scream, so I rushed toward its source. That was definitely Seda. It's rare for a dragon to scream. What's wrong? Did something bad happen? I helped Seda back on her feet after she fell bum first on the ground. I found it. Huh? Ambrosia. What? But isn't ambrosia supposed to be extinct? Seda's trembling finger points to a tree full of red fruits. Apples? Yes, apples. To me, it's an ordinary fruit. You're saying that's the ambrosia? Where I come from, it's called an apple. I'm sure of it. Further told me all about an ambrosia's features before I departed. Tell me that sooner. But how is it even possible for a plant that has vanished from this world to be thriving under a different name in my world? We have plenty of them growing in this dungeon orchard, and we eat their fruit every day. So I pick one of the well-ripened apples and wipe it clean with a hand towel. Please, have one. What? But I have to give this precious fruit to father. There's more where that came from, so don't worry. Seda looks reluctant for a while, but she eventually makes up her mind and takes a bite from the apple. I feel like the snake that gave Eve the forbidden fruit. It's delicious. This is exactly what father would choose for his trials. Maybe I'll bake her an apple pie when we get home. I'm at a loss for words. You didn't need to grow ambrosia, you already have them. As expected from my sister's master. So, you're free to take as many as you want. Thank you so much. I'll never forget this. I'll be sure to return the favor someday. Seda reverts to her dragon form and is about to fly away. But wait a minute. Someone stops her in a calm voice. It's Vale. If you take this, will he really recognize this as ambrosia? Pardon? Vale looks at the apple in her hand and says, isn't this just an apple? If he says it's just a variety that looks like ambrosia, how will you prove it's not? That's if he says you failed your trial, your magic and intelligence will be taken away, and you'll be turned into a lesser dragon on the spot. If you return thinking this is enough, you'll be a huge lizard before you know it. Vale is in a more serious mood than usual. What's going on? I heard a rumor floating around recently. A rumor about father not intending to use the trials to determine his successor. What do you mean, sis? Isn't further giving us various trials to determine the new Giza dragon? Huh? What? A serious discussion? Why does he need to decide the successor in the first place? Father's rightful successor is supposed to be Brother Alexander, the Gragalance dragon. That's because Brother Alexander had a falling out with him. Father is already old and powerless to resist the young and aggressive Brother Alexander. Isn't that why he's using us? Using us? What I'm saying is that he wants us to undergo his trials under the guise of choosing a successor, and as punishment for failing them, he will turn us into lesser dragons and take away our magic and accumulate it for himself to oppose Brother Alexander. No. So, you think the trials and the selection are a farce? I have no room to interrupt their conversation, so I decide to sit down and have tea. But if that's the case, why is he putting us through these trials? If he wants power, he can just forcefully take it from us. He may be a Giza dragon, but that doesn't mean he can take other dragons' power by force. That's why he uses the oath spell. Oh, oath? It's a curse that is enforced on those who break the promises they made. That way, he can effortlessly drain us of our power in the name of punishment. He uses the trials as a dummy to get us to make an oath unknowingly, and then he uses that to take away our power. Is that really father's real goal? That's right. Well, mumbles Vale. Or so a pseudo-corpse living nearby speculates. All those were mere parroting? I interject. Thank goodness, I was able to insert a tsukkomi at the end. I thought it was a very serious deduction for Vale, but it was sensei's all along. Thanks to Master, I got acquainted with that pseudo-corpse and was able to ask him a lot of questions. Come to think of it, I can recall several occasions. True, multiple things make sense if we go with that theory. If so, even if you pass the trial, there's a perfect chance that you'll fail if he finds fault with it, especially your trial. You'll be turned into a lesser dragon if you go back with it. No doubt. The best thing to do here is stay put and wait for Brother Alexander to make his move, says Vale. I don't really get what's on, nor do I dare to. but the world of dragons seems to have it rough as well. Seda, who was told a harsh truth, is stumped. So, if I go back to father, I'll fail regardless of my results, but if I don't go back, where should I stay? She ponders for a while. I'm going to stay inside the wine bottle a little longer, and she darts off. I guess she was thinking of postponing the conclusion by staying inside it. Do you want to eat some apple pie before you do? Yay, I do. And so, another dragon came to live on our farm's brewery. Or rather, another recluse. But even if we were to complete the rich dragon wine, we wouldn't know what to do with it. Would we? Chapter 251 Ship Modification Project. I want to start working on more things this spring, like modifying the ship, for example. Last winter, the ship we built made its maiden voyage, but it's not genuinely complete yet for two reasons. 1, awfully wasted space. Its steam engine is equipped with a magical heat source provided by Sensei the Lifeless King. Therefore, it can sail eternally without any refueling, and the space for loading coal, which was the proposed fuel, has been left untouched. Other facilities have a similar history, like their refrigerator for storing caught fish. However, Platty's idea was to use teleportation magic to toss the caught fish into our farm's refrigerator, so we also discarded the ship's fridge idea. Hence the dead space on the ship. 2, few decorations. Or rather, none at all. The Hand of Supremacy is a miraculous gift that can create anything I want semi-automatically. Our magical steamship was mainly created due to my ability. Still, even such a versatile gift has a weakness. It is utterly ineffective in artistic fields. Creative painting and sculpting? Out of the question. Even if I had a brush in my hand, I wouldn't be able to draw a masterpiece. It seems that such works of art, which people all have different opinions of, aren't the Hand of Supremacy's forte. Or maybe my artistic sense is just that catastrophic. This is why my ship has none of the decorative elements that it should, like a goddess statue on the bow, intricate carvings on the parapets, or coating on the hull. During its construction, my main concern was to get fish that could be used to make bonito flakes, so I didn't pay much attention to its aesthetic aspect. Now that this purpose has been accomplished, the lack of decoration has become a concern. I'd like to improve the interior as well as the exterior of the ship, but we need to ask someone else to take care of the exterior. I've already accepted my own hopelessness in that field, and there's nothing I can do about it unless I leave it to another person. Putting the interior aside for the moment, I have to figure out who to ask for the ship's exterior. How about the elves? Says my wife Platty when I asked her for advice. She's in the early stages of her pregnancy, but she's as wise and great, hence, she's the best person to ask. Isn't that the elves' expertise? Why don't you go and choose 5 or 6 of them? I thought about that too. It's just that, Aileron, the elves' leader, recently said, decorating the ship. What for? The act of decorating takes away its true beauty. After baking dishes day and night, I have concluded that there is no beauty greater than nature. Beauty created by human artifice is nothing more than a petty trick compared to nature's beauty. The act of decorating is an artifice in itself. Nature is beautiful without decoration. The more we decorate, the more we stray away from nature's beauty. The search for beauty means to be imaginative and creative in how to make beauty with human hands closer to nature's beauty. That's why I try to abstain from any decoration as much as possible. The moment the audacious creations by human hands and the coloring born from chance fight each other to create the ultimate, unparalleled beauty. She's been pottering too much that she has awakened the artistic sense in her. That's why we can't ask the elves. Besides, elves are best at making small articles that fit in their hands. Making large structures such as ships would certainly be outside their expertise. But if that's the case, I can't think of anyone else on our farm. Betami has shown some creative talent in clothing and accessories, but I don't think she can do carpentry. The orcs are professional carpenters, but not so good at artistic work. I guess we'll have to outsource. But who should we ask? Maybe it's safe to ask the Demon King to introduce me to some random people. I'm afraid Iloshax, our business partner, big time if I ask him. Huh? Bacchus. What's wrong? Bacchus, the god of alcohol, is standing right next to me. For some reason, he's making a difficult face. I may be able to help you with that. What? Really? I suppose we can trust the recommendation from a demigod who has lived for thousands of years. Should I bring him here? Sure. It should be fine if it's someone you know. But is it just me? Or have you been smiling bitterly ever so slightly for some time now? No. Well, I can vouch for his skills. His race is the world's best at manufacturing things, so they should be good at architecture too. But how should I say this? It's like his zeal for making things tends to backfire. How rare for Bacchus to beat around the bush. Anyway, I'm sure we'll meet him soon. Section. Bacchus has brought a dwarf with him. He must be the one who made the still for us. It was well made, so I think I can trust him with today's job! Exclamation mark. The dwarves' leader, aka Pops, has come to see the ship in person. I'm embarrassed to show my amateur-made ship to a professional dwarf, but I hope he doesn't nitpick details. However, as soon as he sees the ship up close, he stiffens up then and there. Hello. He's not moving an inch, so I try calling out to him. Still nothing. Actually, is he even breathing? He's dead. Pops has died while standing. Why? I hurriedly called Sensei and made him bring him back to life. If we had been later by a second, it would have been impossible to revive him. The revival technique won't work if the soul has gone to the underworld or the body is too damaged. Sorry for the trouble, Sensei. But why did you suddenly die, Pops? When I asked him, he said he couldn't accept that a ship made entirely of mana metal exists. He was both astonished and impressed that his heart stopped. See, can I really entrust this job to him? I finally understood why Bacchus was hesitant. If I ask him to decorate the ship, I don't know how many times he'll die of a heart attack, so I'll just ask someone else to do the job to avoid a bad ending. Wait. Pops suddenly clings to me. By all means, please let me do this job. Processing such a huge amount of mana metal will be the best job I've ever had. If I miss this opportunity, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. So much I'm going to He'll still die either way. We've hired quite a troublesome person. I ultimately decided to leave it to him, so even if he died along the way, he would at least be able to ascend to heaven. But he already looks so happy right now that he might ascend at any moment. The road ahead is looking very uncertain. Section. Anyway, the work began and Pops brought a few assistants to start decorating our ship. The other concern is remodeling its interior. I was thinking of doing this myself, but the dwarves were also adamant about it. We beg of you, please leave that to us as well. We won't charge you anything extra. Nothing makes us happier than to be involved in the construction of this splendid ship. And so, I ended up entrusting the ship's entirety to them. I look forward to see how their work will turn out. Chapter 252 Melancholy of the Dwarves. I'm Pops Edward of the Underground Dwarven Empire. Since then, I haven't been concentrating well on the job. Since when, you ask? There can only be one answer. Since my first encounter with the mana metal ingots Bacchus brought with him. A piece of mana metal as huge as your pinky finger is said to be more than enough to sustain you for the rest of your life. But where in the world did Bacchus retrieve such a huge quantity? The thought weighs on my mind so much that I can't get anything else done. I've been absent-mindedly hammering away at work, often accidentally hitting my own finger and crushing my bones in the process. This is all because I've not only seen a lot of mana metal, but I've actually processed them myself. The feeling of processing them was irresistible. For us dwarves, the feeling of forging metal is an essential guide for creating quality goods. That's why my hands will never forget the feeling of making that mana metal still. It's hot and sturdy, yet light to the touch, as if brushing your hands against a feather. Ever since then, I've become mana metal's captive. I made the distiller precisely as the client instructed before, but how blissful it would be to freely create whatever I wanted with that many mana metals. It's enough to send me to heaven just thinking about it, but every time I'm brought back to reality, I feel dejected. I let out a deep sigh every time I dream about getting involved in processing mana metal again. Section. Hey, boys. One day, I asked the younger dwarves, if you were allowed to use as much mana metal as you wanted, what would you make with it? What's this out of the blue, Pops? Well, I don't blame them for being wary when asked a weird question, just for fun. There's no particular meaning behind it, so just say what you think. You're being weird, Pops. But it's mana metal, a luxury grade metal. He's seriously thinking. A ring. Maybe too small. Be a little greedier. Then another dwarf proposes his idea. Pops. What about a sword? A sword? But not just any sword. It'll be a two-handed sword. It's big and heavy, so it will use all sorts of minerals. A two-handed sword. That's a good idea. Swords are esteemed ritual tools and weapons that show off the skills of dwarves like us. So, a two-handed sword that uses a lot of minerals is a bold idea. Ha, all your dreams are too small. Oh? Another dwarf speaks up. If I were you, I'd use the mana metal to make something even bigger and better. That's right. Full body armor. Full body armor? You want to cover your whole body in mana metal? How much mana metal would that take? It's evident that it's going to need more minerals than we've ever used before. I'm not sure if the ingots the demigod brought last time would be enough. Maybe it would be. I'm impressed. Dwarf number 3. Your dream is the most ambitious. Thank you, Pops. Yes, a dwarf must be grand in his smithing profession. I keep dreaming that I'll be able to create a luxurious set of mana metal swords, shields, and armor that could become legendary class one day. Pops. You have a visitor. What? Who is it? It's the same dubious guy who came before. It's Bacchus. Section. Bacchus brought in a wide variety of new brews as thanks for the work we did for him last time. Why the dejected face? Asks Bacchus. Huh? Do I seem that way? Sorry about that, but I'm pretty happy. Dwarves love to drink, after all. If the god of alcohol put his heart and soul into making these, they're bound to taste good. We, alcohol-loving dwarves, are pleased. Well, I suppose I'm asking for too much if he brought mana metal as a souvenir. Let's try them right away. That's vinegar, by the way. Sour. It's a sake-based seasoning, so I brought it along with the other brews. Damn it. I wasn't expecting a trap hidden among all this alcohol. Why didn't he add in some mana metal while he was at it? So, I came here with another favor, ? I have a new job for you, ? Does it involve processing mana metal again? It's about building a ship, you see. PSHHHH. There goes my balloon of expectations deflating in my mind. A ship? They're generally made of wood, so there's no way mana metal is involved, and this is more than enough to drastically lower my motivation. But did you know? Smithing isn't the only thing we're good at. We know how to do construction too. Even though we live in an underground empire and aren't familiar with the sea, I'm confident we can build a ship that's better than anything the demons or humans have ever produced. No, you don't have to build it from scratch. I already have a complete one. It just lacks external decoration, and I need your professional help here. Excuse me? It's probably just some amateur class ship. Wouldn't it be better if we built one from scratch? However, it's a job introduced to me by a demigod, so I can't exactly turn it down. And the alcohol he gives us is delicious. He might even reward us with mana metal after the job is done. Thus, I decided to take on the task of modifying a ship. It was a strange request to be asked to decorate something that was practically finished. Still, like dwarves, we pride ourselves on working thoroughly. First, we teleported to the site to see the ship in person. The man who came to greet us was a lanky guy who looked like the place's owner. I hope the requested ship to decorate isn't some lame fishing boat. I suddenly began to feel uneasy. For now, I asked him to show me the ship, and there it was, much bigger than I had ever imagined. It's probably big enough to rival the demons' battleships. No, more than anything else, the exterior of the huge ship is made of mana metal. But why? Why mana metal? I don't even know how or from where I should start asking. Why? Okay, let's backtrack a little. First of all, I don't understand why they used metal for the ship. Metal sinking in water is supposed to be common knowledge and a fact, right? And yet, this ship is floating. It floats even though it's made of metal. Why? Oh why? No, wait. There's more to it than meets the eye. If I get this excited now, I won't make it till the end. Listen up, The most amazing thing of all is that it's clearly made with mana, metal. Why? This is leagues beyond the realm of luxury. Just how much mana metal was used in the process of making a ship this big? I think it's more than enough to make hundreds of armor, with more to spare. My lifelong dream, and my goal of creating hundreds of them. Yet, this ship before me, just wow. Wow 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 wow. Ah, my breathing. How does one breathe again? He's dead. I don't know how I got back from the underworld, but I've decided to take on the job. Suppose we dwarves can be involved in constructing a ship made of mana metal to some extent. In that case, we will feel grateful for our profession. What? You don't want to leave the job to me because I might die again? I'll do everything in my power to make sure that doesn't happen. Please, if not, I'll die of rage. Chapter 253 The Real Completed Ship. Yo, it's me again. It's been a few weeks since the dwarves started frequenting our farm. Pops can't do the work all by himself, so he leads the extra helpers he brought with him instead. We provide their meals and lodging during their work hours. It'd be too much trouble to have them commute all the way from their home, so we decided to let them live here for a while. The orcs built their house and brought them their meals while they were at work. The dwarves, on the other hand, are amazed at what's happening on the farm, first with the orcs and goblins carrying axes, sickles, and other farming tools. They are astonished to see that they are all made of mana metal. Second, I'm honored that they enjoy the meals I cook for them. But they're even more surprised when they see the kitchen because all our cookware is made of mana metal. Why is there mana metal everywhere? This place is teeming with it, so much that they're being used in daily living, farming tools and cookery. But there are much better uses for them, like weapons or even armor. Pops and the other dwarves are on the verge of ascending to heaven in shock. Please don't die all at once. Sensei won't be able to accommodate you all. Besides that, they are also surprised by the adamantine silk made from the adamantine silkworms, the monster materials brought back from the dungeon by Orcubo and his group, and the transparency of the glasswork made by Pole's team. Having to keep calling Sensei over and over in an emergency was a hassle for all of us. And so, at the end of all the crisis and hardships, although I think they had nothing to do with the shipbuilding itself, the dwarves finally completed their job. In what way did they remodel our ship? Let's find out. Section. The dwarves say in succession, please look at her. This is the result of our technical prowess. The ultimate ship in terms of functionality, simplicity, and aesthetic beauty. We call her Hellsirce. They even named the ship themselves. Well, not like I gave her a name first. I guess they also name ships here. Please have a look at her exterior. We did our best to create a radical design as our client would have wished. It won't look out of trend over time with her timeless design. We tried creating a solemn impression without being too flashy or too plain. A ship fit for a ruler. I'm no ruler, though. The remodeled ship looks nothing like before, with traces of the dwarves' skill all over it. Let's say the ship I made was Kamen Rider. The current ship that the dwarves have remodeled is his final form as the story progresses. Maybe that's too hard to understand for most people. Anyway, you can think of it as a simple ship that became flashy. But it's not just flashy, it's also sophisticated and charming. This is probably because, as the dwarves themselves claimed, great care was taken in its decoration. The dwarves continue their explanation. Look at her bow. We've installed a familiar figurehead there. Oh, you mean the carved statue in front of the ship? I see a beautiful statue of a goddess as if she were guiding the ship. But that statue looks familiar. Of course, you'd recognize her. To tell you the truth, that figurehead was modeled after your wife. My wife, Platty. An idol modeled after her? Oh, wow. I was asked to be a model for something, and I just went along with it. But I never thought it would be displayed in such an eye-catching place. Well, she is a mer princess, so that might effectively protect our ship from disasters at sea. Her bow and stern are specially carved to show that she's a first-class ship. I've even had the farm's insignia engraved on the side of the hull. The farm's insignia? I don't remember there being such a thing. We came up with it ourselves. Oh, I feel like all sorts of things are happening without me knowing. Painting an insignia on the mast is customary, but this ship doesn't have mast. Amazing, right? A ship that moves without a mast. She can generate her own power. We dwarves have no foundation in magic, so we're no match for the demons when it comes to technology like this. But seeing a magic-powered ship firsthand makes us so happy. We'll never have a job this good again. Whoever built this ship must have been Hephaestus or something. I'm the one who built this ship. I'm embarrassed you think so highly of me. Next, let me explain to you how well the interior is done. Let us go. Like I said, I'm the one who built this ship. Why are these dwarves acting more like homeowners inviting guests? We wanted to make effective use of our unused space, so we made full use of our dwarven know-how to propose an ideal voyage project. Okay. First of all, the noise and heat from the drive engine on the bottom impair comfort, so we built comfortable quarters in the ship's tower. Huh? Ha ha ha. Relax, relax. There's no way we dwarves would let her lose her balance with the amount of weight she's carrying. Her magical power reactor has a lot of extra power, so she can handle even double her weight. No, that's not what I'm worried about. Onto the captain's cabin. We brought in the finest furnishings that the underground Dwarven Empire offers, so it can also function as a VIP room. We can even hold important treaty signing ceremonies here. Signing ceremony? But I don't plan on doing that. There are 20 guest rooms in all. All of them are furnished in the style of first-class inns in the demon capital. We've added a kitchen, bathroom, toilet, playroom, and everything in between in the empty space at the bottom. As such, you'll be as comfortable as if you were on land. This is the result of the saints' divine work combined with the technical prowess of us dwarves. You won't find a better luxury liner anywhere in the world. The dwarves had done a great job. It's luxurious, clean, functional, and comfortable. But what the dwarf just said caught my attention. What was that? A luxury liner? Well, even if you asked us to do a better job, we probably couldn't do it. We just did the best job of our lifetime. What is it? It's not a cruise ship. It's a fishing boat. Huh? Didn't I tell you? It's only meant to catch fish. It seems they misunderstood the ship as a luxury liner that tours VIPs around the world. Is it why it's made like this? What due to? It's nowhere near functional as a fishing boat anymore. It's fine. We can still fish and draw nets on this ship, says Platy. We proved in our last fishing trip that magical support is enough to handle our catch. Plus, it's not a bad thing to have a comfortable room to sleep in while we're out fishing. Don't you think? Yeah, you have a point. Our farm's fishing boat, the Hellsurse, named by the dwarves, is here. Such a wonderful ship with a divine combination of function and elegance is just going to be a fishing boat. What a waste. At least take this beauty around the world on sea. You can go to the end of the world with The dwarves are clinging to me all at once, but don't they understand that a fishing boat is a fine vessel in itself? It's okay, guys. You've all done a great job. Chapter 254. Returning to the sea. We're going to be talking about the mermaids for a while. Now that winter is over, and spring has come, a change is also coming to their team. My beautiful tail fins. Angel is the sister of my wife, Platy, making her the second princess of the mermaid kingdom. Finally, free from the side effect of the reject humanizing potion. I'm back in my pretty mermaid form again. Yay! We can go back to the sea now. At one point, I really thought we were done for. Angel and her friends are frolicking on the coast near our farm, swimming in the shallows with their tail fins, which they regained after months. It's as if they're reacquainting themselves with the sensation of being a fully fledged mermaid again after so long. I didn't think it would take this long to neutralize the side effects, says my wife, Platy, currently pregnant, as she stands on the beach and sighs. It was before winter when her sister, Angel, and her gang arrived at the farm. They launched an assault in a fit of youthful recklessness but were utterly beaten by her sister Platy and her team, who were far superior to them in terms of experience and ability. In addition, The humanizing potion that allows mermaids to traverse on land backfired due to their inexperience in making it and had awful side effects. When they tried to revert to their mermaid form, their lower half transformed into algae, octopus, barnacles, and other horrifying shapes. Hence, the girls had no choice but to stay at our farm until the side effects wore off. Until today, with time and the extraordinary efforts of Platty's group, the side effects of the failed potion have been neutralized, and now, the younger mermaids can go back to the sea. We're finally back in the sea. This sea is ours. I don't know about that. How can young people like her be so overconfident? Anyway, as you can see, neutralizing the potion produced equal successful results, says Platty exhaustedly. She's also a mermaid, but only she is standing on the beach in her human form. Since she's pregnant, she won't revert to her original form until the baby is born because of the potential impact it may bring. Go on. It's time for you to return to your homes now. Phew. The girls disappointedly exclaim. Why are you surprised? That's what we agreed on. You couldn't go back to the sea because of some stupid potion my stupid sister made. So we had no choice but to let you stay, right? Now that the side effects have worn off and they can return to the sea, there's no reason for us to let them stay any longer. No. Wait a minute, please. We want to stay here. We want to keep eating delicious food. Not that, silly. We have so much to learn here. Angel's followers cling to Platty all at once. Discus, Veiltail, Heclei, and Batrachus are their names, I believe. They're clinging to Platty in their mermaid form, so they're like fish flailing around. We have a mission. Indeed, we have an important mission to help Master Puffer and Master Garufa. The mermaid team's shorthandedness became a major problem last year. There were many underlying reasons for this, like the increased demand and diversification of responsibilities. The improvised approach to solving the problem was to train these girls, which is how they came to live with us. Puffer, the Witch of the Bitter Cold, was the pioneer behind this idea. Platty lets out a deep sigh and says, as I said before, I'm against it. You're all still students, so you should focus on studying hard, but we can study here too. If anything, we get to learn a lot better here. Yeah. We get to receive direct instruction from the 6 mad witches. In the heat of the moment, the girls stepped on a mine word. You little. Platty's anger sends the scared mermaid girls squiggling back into the water for cover. I told you not to utter that name. It hurts my ears. The 6 mad witches. A nickname given to the powerful witches who represent the mermaid realm. Witch is the title given to a mermaid who is an expert potion compounder. My wife, Platty, is one of them, but she despises being called mad. She says she finds the group name offensive because it sounds so childish. We got off track. Our issue at hand is whether or not to return the girls to the sea now that they're back in their mermaid form. I'm not going back, says Angel, who has been quiet this entire time. I came here to surpass you, sis. I won't go back to the mermaid kingdom without accomplishing that. But what is your true motive? Really? The food here is so delicious. I can't part from it. Good. We like honest girls. Don't tell us to go home. Ginger fried pork is delicious. Miso soup is also delicious. I want to live here with you forever. And as the usual pattern goes, she also clings to Platty, with her tail fin swishing around. Hey, stop it. Why do I still have to live with you even when I'm already married? Her sister's rejection is relentless, so I decide to intervene. Well, they've become a valuable asset to the farm already, so won't we be in trouble if they leave now? They're even working remarkably hard as assistants to the older mermaids now. Puffer is in charge of fermentation and food refrigeration. Garufa is in charge of medical care. They support the essential parts of our farm, but it's hard to deny that their work is also supported by their new assistants. If Puffer were here, she'd probably take the initiative in refuting Platty's point. But she isn't, as she is currently accompanying Prince Arawana on his pilgrimage. Why must you hit where it hurts? Right? We also have the right to live. The girls keep pressing on, but my wife, Platty, also known as the Crowned Witch, is not one to be pushed around by some girls. No means no. What? You came here without permission from your school or parents. Don't you understand how worried they are about you? Says Platy bluntly. I'm finally starting to understand what it's like for a parent to worry about their child now that I'm also going to become a mother, she adds as she caresses her belly. There's a hint of never-before-seen sanctity on her face. Oh, she has a point. Why yeah, Mom and Dad must be worried. Hendra may have explained the situation to them. But still, the girls couldn't refute Platy's point, who is also emitting a motherly aura now. Remembering the face of my mother back home also makes my heart ache. You're actually still evolving, sis. There are several periods of dramatic change in a woman. You haven't reached any of them yet, though. The way Platy just puffed her chest proudly made me think that she hasn't grown up much either. With that in mind, I thought up a compromise plan. A compromise plan? It's a good opportunity for you to return to your mermaid form now. First of all, don't grumble about anything, and go back home once. Then, get your own permission to live with us from your parents. That must be the minimum requirement for the girls to officially move to our farm. And I agree with her. They're still young girls, just a step away from adulthood. While there's a saying that goes, if you love your child, send them out into the world. As a soon-to-be parent, I can relate to the feeling of worrying about one's child. Okay, if you say so, solemnly says Angel. I'll get permission from Mom and Dad and come back. Don't take me lightly, sis. Very well. Let's see what you've got. Why are these sisters always seem to be in a dueling mood at every opportunity? Also, question mark. One more thing. You need to get permission from your school, question mark. For some reason, Angel's expression froze at Platy's request. But why? What? From school too? Do we really have to? Of course. You're students, after all. No matter what? Of course. Well, I understand how you feel about it, but that's how things are. Even Platy lets out a deep sigh with her. Huh? What's going on? The school they're referring to teaches the highest level of pharmacy magic in the Mermaid Kingdom. Mermaid Witch Academia, Chapter 255 Mermaid All-Girls School. I am Zothsira, the Witch of the Abyss, and I am currently in the Mermaid Palace, the capital of the Mermaid Kingdom. Why, you ask? Because I'm babysitting a group of little girls entrusted to me by the people at the farm. You know, immature little fries. They told me they were going back home and were worried about leaving them without some supervision. Why again, you ask? Why would I, the Witch of the Abyss, do such a charitable thing? Even I myself wasn't totally willing to do this. There's a solid reason behind it. First of all, my timing was wrong when I visited the Saint's farm to see Okubo. This is the first and most important reason. Then, that's when the Crowned Witch approached me. Section. Hey, my sister and her friends are going home. Escort them. Why? Well, leaving them to themselves bothers me. They might do something reckless. Why me? Of all the mermaids I know, aren't you the least busy? But I'm not. You're not even an official resident here, but you keep dropping by. I'm pregnant, so I can't dive underwater. Puffer is busy with the brewery and my brother Arawana Gararufa is in charge of the farm's healthcare. Lampai is also busy with this and that, but I'm not that free either. I just make good use of my spare time outside my lab and come here. In addition, all the mermaids here are convicts. There's no way I can let them walk around the capital in plain sight. But I'm also a wanted mermaid. The only difference is that I'm not caught yet. Aren't the 6 witches all like that? Look after them for us, oldest of the 6 witches. Section. That's how I was forced to do this. What's up with her aggressive persuasion? How could she force me, the Witch of the Abyss, to babysit a bunch of children? Is not listening to other people in their blood? No. Anyway, I'm here again in the capital after who knows how long. How many years has it been? Really? I don't think it's been more than 10 years, but I decided not to think too deeply about it. Then there are these young and fearless girls. I heard that they're returning home to get official permission to live at the farm. Well, permission or whatever it is, just get them all. You should take advantage of being pampered by your parents while you're still young. After staying at their parents' house for a few days, they came to meet each other on the promised date. We got permission. It was a-okay. They told me to be the finest witch I could ever become. I see. Good for you. But how are their parents fine with their daughters becoming witches? Well then, our job here is done. Let's go back to the farm so I get to see Okubo as well. Please wait. The real trouble starts here. The girls all cling to me at once. What is the meaning of this? Don't lump me in with the other younger witches. I'm not as overprotective or thoughtful as they are. Our parents were more like a minor hurdle, like the weakest of the Heavenly Four. The last boss is still waiting for us. Please accompany us until we get 3. Please. Just staying with us is more than enough. Otherwise, we'd feel hopeless. Huh? The last boss of the 5 little girls here. Only one isn't clinging to me. I believe she's the Crowned Witch's younger sister. That demonic sister of mine told us to get permission from our school. School? Yes, the elite school that produces the best potion compounders in the Mermaid Kingdom. Mermaid Witch Academia, says the Crowned Witch's sister as her tail fin quivers ever so slightly. She must be scared as well. However, Mermaid Witch Academia is a prestigious school. Merfolk prides itself on its pharmacy magic. Schools in the Mermaid Kingdom that teach it to young people are spread far and wide. Among them, Mermaid Witch Academia is the one that boasts of its overwhelming structure and scholarly ability. And since it is directly managed by royalty, it's a prestigious school. The first to be admitted is the daughter of the Mermaid King's family. After that, daughters from noble families. Then, talented girls selected from all over the nation. As the Crowned Witch's sister, she's automatically a mer princess, so she has all the qualifications to enroll. Her followers are probably just partners in crime who started hanging around the school. I never had the enthusiasm to put up with this job. To begin with, why should I, the Witch of the Abyss, have to take care of young ladies from well-to-do families? I am feared as a witch because my research is regarded as dangerous and heretical, as it could destroy the world. Who thought combining such an outlaw like me with these sheltered girls was a good idea? I don't really care anymore. I'll just accompany them and not interfere. To hell with what they say about me later. I'm the Witch of the Abyss, and whoever decides to trust a witch is entirely their fault. Section. So, we're finally here, at Mermaid Witch Academia. To be honest, this is the first time for me, an outlaw, to set foot in this place. It's as overly luxurious and unpleasant as I imagined it to be. It seems that we're going to have an interview with someone beyond the room before us. The girls form a circle in front of the door. Ready? We're going to get through this ordeal and go back to the farm. Yes, Lady Angel. 5 legitimate holy witches. 5. Yeah. Fantastic. Why are they so worked up about this? And what's with the 5 legitimate holy witches thing? Is that their team name? How embarrassing. Anyway, they open the door with renewed spirit and enter the room. Excuse me, she fumbled. Is she that nervous? The room is part of a prestigious school, so it's as luxurious and puke-inducing. There's a mermaid waiting for them. It's been a while, hasn't it, Princess Angel? Normally, we'd meet every day to take my classes. Even the way she talks is getting on my nerves. Well, from the school's point of view, these students have been absent without notice for months, so I should say that it's nice of her to keep the sarcasm to a minimum. So, who is she? Who is this mermaid who looks like she's about to sarcastically diss these children? I thought her identity is classified information, but then, one of the girls secretly whispers into my ear. She's a teacher here at Mermaid Witch Academia, Teacher Carp. A teacher? Huh? Well, I thought so. Wait, Carp? Could it be that Carp? I didn't recognize her immediately because of her overly prim outfit, but Carp as in Carp, the Witch of Arts? Chapter 256. The Irregulars at Mermaid School. Well then, where should we start? First, I'd like to talk about your months of absence. The teacher skips the formalities and gets straight down to the business. This no-holds-barred directness must be terrifying to the person being scolded. I understand why these girls are scared. It's not like they'll be able to do anything even if they muster the courage to face her beforehand. You've been declared absent from school since His Majesty Nagus notified me, but the time you've wasted outside has left you far behind the other students. That's why we're going to be doing a lot of remedial work so you can catch up. Pleased. interrupts the crowned witch's sister. She fumbled on her words again. While she did a good job interrupting the teacher's flow, her calm stare is about to make her break down. We came here to ask for permission. Permission? Permission to extend our absence. I'm afraid I can't do that. Please do something about it. Well, that escalated quickly. Now, this girl has got the hard-headedness of royalty again. I have a question for you, Princess Angel. What are you? Huh? The second princess of the Mermaid Kingdom? Good. At least you have a modicum of self-awareness. What a sarcastic woman. As a member of the Royal Mermaid family, you have certain responsibilities that come with it, such as being a role model for the mermaids and acting with dignity. And education is essential to provide the foundation for this. Why yes, Mom. Mermaid Witch Academia is a place where young royalty like you can acquire education. We want you to become a great potion compounder and a great member of royalty. That's why we're doing our best to make that happen. Why yes, Mom. Yet you're trying to abandon your responsibilities and behave as you please. Do you think that's acceptable behavior for royalty? This woman's all about logic. I'm relieved to see that Carp hasn't changed on the inside. And the same goes for the four of you. Why yes, ma'am. Now she's on to the other girls, especially you, Discus and Veiltail. You have met the requirements to be admitted to our institution but had to give up due to familial circumstances. However, due to Lady Angel's kindness, you were granted special admission. So, their families are too poor to admit them to a prestigious school. I thought these girls only had sheltered upbringings, but it seems some also have some backbone in them. Also, Carp said her name's Angel, wasn't it? She behaves more like a princess than her sister. Which is why it's inexcusable that you're spending all your time in idle amusement with your sponsor, Lady Angel, when you should be striving even harder at your studies. You're ruining the expectations the school has set for you. But we're not. What was that? If you have something to say, say it clearly. Well, on land, she may have potential, but she's still just a student. She can't go against Carp's words. Good grief. If I don't do anything here, there'll be no point in coming all the way to the capital. What can they possibly learn in this sheltered institution? My voice drew Carp's attention to me. You're a fool, Zothsira. Had you not spoken, I would have pretended you never existed. Are you saying that for old time's sake? Kind of ridiculous to see a failure still calling herself a potion compounder, though, if you ask me. I'm sorry, what? What about me is a failure? Just look at your position as some pompous teacher right now, and at a prestigious school, too. You think you've come a long way, but once you're in power, you're as good as dead as a researcher. That's a typical misconception of yours, Zothsira. You, who have let your research subjects run amok, upset the balance of the world and end up on the wanted list. The girls confusedly look back and forth at Carp and me. I can call the guards here right now if I want. You will tragically end up in trench jail, and your ultimate research will never be completed. I dare you to try, but this disgusting school would have turned to ashes before then. I know she can't do anything about it. She's scared of me. I've even made her cry countless times in the past. TSK, why did you girls bring this woman along? Sensing the disadvantage of her position, Carp shifts her attention back to the girls. This woman is a felon known as the Witch of the Abyss. She uses magic potions in the wrong way, and our school's vision lies in not producing criminals like her. However, it's also true that the highest level of potion compounders are generally referred to as witches, including me, the Witch of the Abyss, Zothsira, the Crowned Witch, the Witch of the Bitter Cold, the Witch of Hellfire, the Witch of the Plague. These 5 girls are their protégées. What? Says Carp surprisedly. Well, not that I expect a mere teacher like her to know this. When you said they were spending all of their time in idle amusement, these 5 were being taught by the finest potion compounders, the most distinguished of witches. Hey, are we even allowed to say that? I don't care if they're flustered right now. I'm sure I was asked to escort them to say this. Just imagine how rewarding it has been for them to spend time there than in the classrooms here. The days they spent were truly a battle. They've been accumulating knowledge that they cannot master even after 10 years in an unengaging school as this. Not that I've been watching them closely. I just embellished it a little as if I saw things myself. Let me ask you again, Carp. Are you saying that this prestigious school you're so proud of can provide a better education than established witches? You're just some mediocre compounder, far inferior to a witch, acting cocky and all. Wow, Master Zothsira. This is the first time I've seen someone push back Teacher Carp in an argument. Praise me more, girls. Princess Angel. Huh? Was that true? Wait, but more than half of the 6 mad witches are held captive. No. There really were several of them present. I think my sister did something to them. Question mark. Even her habit of nail-biting when annoyed hasn't changed. Princess Angel's sister, Princess Platy, is the crowned witch of the 6 mad witches. I see, so you pursued her. Oh yeah, I heard the crowned witch dropped out of Mermaid Witch Academia. I guess she thought she'd be more successful as a witch if she didn't study here. We'd like to ask you again, Teacher Carp. Oh, Angel's suddenly serious. I want to be a better compounder than my sister. The best way to do that is to be close by and learn from her. I want to be taught directly by Master Puffer too. I want to be trained directly by Master Lanpai. Master Gararufa's madness. If I were to ask them their real intentions here, they'd probably reply that they want to keep eating the farm's food, which would ruin the whole thing, so I stopped. Well, this is how a teacher of a prestigious school was confronted with the hard fact that it's better to learn directly under a witch than at school. How will she react? I can't back down here. I can't back down here. Oh? We've already failed to educate Princess Platy and develop her unique talent. That's why we can't afford to lose you as well, Lady Angel, the second daughter. She's getting worked up. Unacceptable, unacceptable. And she's lost it. A witch's techniques are heresy. The only thing that is truly useful to merfolk is the legitimate pharmaceutical magic we teach at our school. That's plain sophistry. There is no right or wrong in the path of mermaid magic. No. I'll prove it to you in a match. A match? I've taken several seminar students of this school under my wing. I'll prepare 5 of the best and then make them compete with each one. What? The girls are taken aback. Come on. It's just a little match. If the witch's evil ways are truly beneficial, they should win. However, if they lose, you will acknowledge that our school's path is true, and they will follow its curriculum. Alright? Fine. Results. The girls won 5-0. Chapter 257 Inherited Skills. This is an arena set up within Mermaid Witch Academia's premises. Today, we'll be using the full water type. Even this prestigious school's facilities are sophisticated. This entire room filled with water would surely drown humans or demons if they were to enter. It's a space only we merfolk can use. Incidentally, in addition to the full water type, there is another arena where only half the room is filled with water. It is designed for battles near the water's surface and allows tricky tactics such as surprise attacks. Still, the fact that Carp chose to fight in the full water type instead suggests that she is determined to make things clear based on pure ability alone. And here are the opponents I've prepared for you. They're my honor students. 5 unfamiliar mermaids appear, all young and inexperienced looking. They're beautifully dressed like elites, but from my point of view, they look mediocre. You will be fighting each other one by one. If they win, the girls can continue studying at the farm, but if they lose, they have to stay here in school. Huh? But this is an actual battle. I thought it would be in a more scholastic format, considering it's being hosted by a teacher like you. You know, like a written test or a quiz. It's better for a barbaric woman like you if it's as simple as this. No? You don't get to give me excuses when you lose later. Wow. I didn't know you were so demanding of yourself. Both sides return to their respective camps with invisible sparks crackling in the room. I get to support these girls through this unexpected turn of events, and with a great tactician like me on their side, their victory is as good as guaranteed. However, Angel and the rest of the girls are already getting cold feet before anything has started. We can't do it. We won't win. All our opponents are from the highest grade. There's no way we can compete with them. I see. Their enemies are their upperclassmen. If so, it's no wonder they're intimidated. For students, the difference in grade is absolute. Even by 1 year, They must be thinking of themselves as children in front of adults. But we have no choice but to do it. Oh? Just as I was about to encourage them, I was beaten to the punch. If we don't win this match, we'll never get back to the farm. We must win. Now is the time to show off everything we've learned, says Angel. She just took my spotlight. I guess that's royalty for you. She's right. Don't worry, you also have me, the Witch of the Abyss. I wasn't enthusiastic at first, but now I'm getting excited. I'm going to help them give Carp a surprise. I, the Witch of the Abyss, will be in direct command to help you win. So, you'd better rest easy, Commander. Commander. Now they're starting to call me Commander for some reason. Just so you know, it's foul play to let your students use your potions. I know that. Who would use such an underhanded trick? The skill of potion compounding and use is put to the test in this match. A witch is most apt at using her own potions, and it is meaningless unless she wins with them. Well then, let us begin. First bear, step forward. Go get 'em. Discus. If I recall, Discus calls herself the Witch of Ice. She seems to admire Puffer and respects her in both attire and demeanor. Her opponent is Calva, daughter of the Amia family. Just another stereotypical-looking elite. She looks smart in contrast to Discus, who is awfully flamboyant in her imitation of Puffer. It seems you've forgotten your place as a plebeian. I'm here to teach you that such people should stay in the shadows of a true elite like me. ? A sharp voice comes from Carp, the referee, telling them that the match has begun. But her voice only echoes vainly underwater. Neither opponent isn't moving an inch. ? What's going on? I said begin. Teacher, it's already started. Huh? And it's over. What was the name of Discus' opponent again? Oh well, there's no point in trying to remember the loser's name. She, who lost to Discus, is desperately trying her best to move but to no avail. I can see that the water on the surface of her body is slightly frozen. Move. I can't move. The ice won't melt even when using a potion to neutralize it. Master Puffer said you can't make ice by using a potion to lower the temperature. You make it by reacting the potion with water. The temperature then lowers itself due to the generated ice. This is Puffer's appalling specialty. Because the potion reacts with water to create ice, a simple temperature increasing potion will not melt it. The resulting ice cools the surrounding temperature and reacts with the cooled water to create even more ice. If I'm not careful, Puffer's silent invasion of creating bottomless ice can be pretty dangerous. Hey, you already mixed a magic potion in the water, didn't you? Even way before the match has started. What about it? That's unfair. How could you ignore the starting signal? Master Puffer also said that no one gives you the start signal in a real battle and that those who let their guard down before the enemy are fools. Her elite opponent can no longer escape the ice on her own. Suppose they can't even neutralize Discus' freezing potion that's not as well crafted and effective as Puffer's. In that case, this so-called prestigious school is worth nothing. As if to prove the point, Carp hurls a test tube, cracks open, and melts the ice as quickly as the contents spread into the water. Calva, you've lost. If you're a compounder, you can neutralize a freezing attack with a surprise attack. Your lack of study owed to your loss. Yes, Mom. Round 2. The second one is Veiltail, who calls herself the Witch of Fire. She looks up to Lampai, the Witch of Hellfire. Her opponent is Crowntail, daughter of the Better family. She may be elite, but something about her is a little different. For a mermaid, she's got a harpoon. The Betters are one of the few warrior families in the Mermaid Kingdom and are also known as the Fighting Fishes. Oh, yeah? Thanks for the explanation, kid. I've been told that Crowntail has a fixed position as an Imperial Guard after graduation and is an upper echelon candidate. That's pretty darn elite. So, does she look up to Lampai as well? This is a clash between two Lampai JRS. Then, begin. This match is about potions and the use of harpoons, which are originally the weapon of choice of mermen. However, Veiltail dodges Crowntail's thrusts and hits her shield with an explosive potion, emerging victorious. Lampai's take on explosive potions makes them so sticky that when spilled out of the test tube, it adheres to the shield's surface and continues to burn even underwater. As the metal shield heats up, Crowntail could no longer hold it. The harpoon and shield come as one set in Merman's fighting style, and Crowntail, who was trying to imitate it, lost one of the two and was consequently beaten. On the other hand, Veiltail's fighting style combines the harpoon with potions. This is a technique that Lampai passed down to her. With a senior who lost one of her wings and a junior who is still in tip-top shape, the rest of the match was set. Veiltail 1 Section Hecalii, the third contestant, calls herself the Witch of the Air. Apparently, she is the protégée of Gararufa, the Witch of the Plague, and is selling her newly developed magic bacteria. They scatter in the water and adhere to the opponent's clothes, decomposing the fibers and leaving them naked. It's a cruel way to win. But what's even worse is that once released, the bacteria multiply endlessly that not even their creator can stop them. Everyone except Hecalii, clothed in adamantine silk that cannot be broken down even by magic bacteria, took the risk of becoming naked. We had to boil the water in the arena just to kill the bacteria. It was a hassle. In the fourth match, Batricus, the Witch of the Earth, has helped me heaps. She helped me mass produce deep ones for Aucubo's castle before. I advised her that she could use the remainder of what she made and used that in today's match. Her opponent fell right into deep one's trap that split every time they were hit and was eventually crushed by their overwhelming quantity. Section. Last but not least is Angel, the second princess of the Mermaid Kingdom. Finishing blow. Mermaid Spark. Is that one of the 3 secret techniques passed down from generation to generation in the Royal Mermaid family? I heard Princess Platy revived it for the first time in decades, and her younger sister using that same technique means she learned it from her. It may be a secret technique within the royal family. Still, it's not something that can be easily mastered, even with a great teacher. Anyway, there you have it. Our side won all 5 matches with me as their great tactician. Chapter 258. The Queen is a witch. Victory to the 5 girls who stayed on Saint's Farm. I, Zothsira, Witch of the Abyss, couldn't ask for a better outcome. On the other hand, our enemies were a huge disappointment as high-achieving students at the best school in the Mermaid Kingdom. They lost a match they were supposed to win. Even Carp lost face after overconfidently promoting her own students. But all's well that ends well for me. We won all matches against students from the highest grade. Have we really become stronger? However, our victors are the most confused. Why the astonishment? You've been directly instructed by witches expert in different fields and have had hands-on opportunity to experiment and practice your skills. How could you not have improved in such an environment? Master Zothsira. So, if anything, there's no way you'd lose to a bunch of sheltered fries who did nothing but note down formulas in school. Which is more beneficial to the development of these children, the farm or the school? Those who have always believed their top class may have been confronted with a harsh reality. Oh ho ho, the students I nurtured with all my heart were utterly defeated. Oh, hey there, Carp. How do you feel now that you've lost when you thought you were going to win 100%? What does it feel like? Just how did Princess Angel and the other children grow so fast in such a short period? They were just mediocre students who could have never produced such outstanding performance before. Turning them into remarkable students is what the farm's all about. It's not like I'm one of their residents, but I act like I'm their representative. They've shown you their undeniable results that even an obstinate person like you will understand. This school is not the best environment to raise these children. But this is the most prestigious school in the Mermaid Kingdom. So what? Prestigious school or not, it's no match for a farm with a few witches. You must understand that and back out gallantly. That's the best thing you can do to help these kids' development. No, I cannot. You don't know when to give up, do you? We let the first princess, Princess Platy, drop out of school, and now her sister, Princess Angel, too. Our school's existence might as well be meaningless now. Mermaid Witch Academia is a royal institution, but if they couldn't get the royals to graduate from it, then I guess they'd question its significance. This isn't over yet. Yes, it is. All 5 matches are over. No, there's still 1 match left, and it's between you and me, says Carp, glaring at me. What do you want, woman? I challenge you to a match, Zothsira. If I win, you must leave the girls here. How deplorable. Are you going to decide these girls' education through our unrelated confrontation? There is a relation. This match will show the capability of the leader, and the stronger one will lead the younger ones. That's all. There's a limit to one's absurdity, you know. But it's not as if this tendency of hers to act rashly when backed into a corner is anything new. It's what obstinate people tend to do. But Carp, aren't you forgetting something important? The impulsive thought of challenging me, the Witch of the Abyss. Even when you were at your strongest, did you ever challenge me and win once? Witch of Arts? Don't call me by that name. I am now a teacher at the glorious Mermaid Witch Academia. Let's see how much you've improved then, proud teacher. Huh? You, huh? What kind of relationship do they have? The girls watching as bystanders are confused. But don't worry. I'll win and bring you all back to the farm in an instant. You can't? Question mark. Whose voice was that? You two used to be on such good terms with each other, Zossi and Carpi. You shouldn't be fighting. Why, you're a dazzling mermaid couple appears. The husband is a dignified-looking merman in his prime with a rich beard and a magnificent tail fin. His wife is a youthful lady who could be mistaken for a maiden in her 20s, radiating an irresistible charm. Your Majesty. Mermaid King Nagus, Mermaid Queen Maitu, the rulers of the Mermaid Kingdom and parents to Platy and Angel. Mum. Dad. As if to prove this point, Angel hugs her mother. Why are you here? You said you'd wait at the castle. We were going to, but your dad was too worried, so we decided to see things for ourselves. And it seems that was the right decision. Queen Mai then swims over to us. Zossi, you're still a wanted person, so don't go on a rampage here. If you attract too much attention, there would be chaos. Why yes, Your Majesty. That goes for you too, Carpi. You're in a position of responsibility now, so be rational. Or are you going to teach your students to solve problems with their fists? I am sorry, Your Majesty. Carp and I freeze in place in front of the Mermaid Queen, in no position to argue with her. But Queen Mai, this is a matter of prestige for Mermaid Witch Academia. Never mind. This woman still has the nerve to argue. Our school's mission is to raise the royal mermaid family into ladies worthy of their lineage. If we can't instruct Princess Platy, and now Princess Angel too, our existence is at stake. Please, Queen Mai, give it some thought. Are you talking back to me? Carp. Eek. I told you so. Not just Carp, but me and the other girls are shaking in fear too. Ahem. The Mermaid King accompanying her clears his throat. Queen Mai gasps and keeps her bloodlust in check. Well, now that you're a teacher, you have to think about the school, don't you, Carpi? Not that it matters either way to me, really. As long as Platy and Angel grow up fine, academic background matters not. That can't be. That would make the nation and schools. Say what? Why do you never learn? You're supposed to be a teacher, Carp. Oh. Don't worry, we'll keep the school in mind. If the Mermaid King hadn't coughed, how many times would Carp have been killed by now? You haven't said a word, have you, Zossi? I'll say whatever you want me to say, sis. Didn't I tell you to stop calling me that after I got married to Darling? I'm sorry, sis. Angel and the other mermaids at the school are dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what is going on. One of the worst troublemakers in the mermaid realm, a member of the Six Witches, and a teacher at the most prestigious mermaid school are terrified before the Mermaid Queen's presence. I want Arowana, Platy, Angel, and all the younger ones to live freely so that they will have no regrets in their lives. Some people accuse me of spoiling them, though such reckless daredevils exist, but being born into mermaid royalty comes with responsibilities, right? So, I've prepared a compromise plan. I hope you'll all accept it for now. Oh, you'll accept it? Yes? Yes, Your Majesty. Good. You people are clever. Just do what Sis Mai tells you to do. That's the secret to a long life. Hey, Master Zoth? Asks Angel. You seem to be a good friend of Mum. Do you know each other? I didn't know she's acquainted with the Six Witches. Well, we used to hang out a wee bit in the past. Please don't ask me any more than that. I was threatened to be killed if I spilled any more beans. About 20 years ago, Carp and I ran on a rampage led by Sis in the ocean. But before carrying out our grand scheme to destroy the Mermaid Kingdom, she met a young man. She married him soon after, abandoning our plan altogether. The title she once bore shook the mermaid outlaw realm to its very core. Mai-kan, the Witch of Darkness. The only people who know about her past are her former underlings, Carp and me, aside from her husband. That's why we can't make a slip of the tongue to her own children, either. It's been a while since we last saw each other, right, Zossi? Why yes, Your Majesty. I just want to remind you that our memories remain beautiful only if they are kept close to our hearts. You're absolutely right, Your Majesty. At the very least, Platy must have inherited her outstanding talent from her mother. With the arrival of the Mermaid King and his wife, neither Carp nor anyone else can interfere. This matter has been settled peacefully. Or not. End of Volume 7.